Welcome everyone! Welcome to another cookie stream! Today is of course a blender stream and we are gonna keep modeling GABUROON from Made in Abyss. Yes. So. Today is Monday. Today is cloudy here in the north of Spain. Well. It is a good day to blend. Yes. This is where we left off. This is GABUROON. This is where we left off. We were baking the normals, getting the information from the ultra high poly into the cleaner mesh over there. Look at this texture. We were starting to fill it up. I need input from the experts to check if this is correct, because as you can see here, these are from both flaps. This is the central flap and this is the side flaps. They are identical, but I was fried at the end of the stream and I decided to keep it this way, but we probably can stack them together. I thought maybe it was not that terrible to keep them separated, because maybe in the future we are gonna be baking other things that are not normals, but I'm not sure, so I need the input from the experts here. So while the experts arrive, we're gonna keep baking other stuff, okay? Doing things that we can manage. So without further ado, let me turn on the music and let's keep modeling. Yes. Okay. So let me see. Let me have a look. Oof. Sorry, that was too powerful. That almost destroyed the stream. I forgot the material view is in cycles, so I need to check here. Disabling our overlays. Okay. So I'm gonna check the power of our bakery here. This is okay. We still have this weird glitch here. We are not able to understand what was going on there. It is like we have or some inverted normals, right? But just that bird or a duplicated bird or something like that. But it is what it is. Okay. So let's start hiding the parts that we have completed already, right? So that we don't get confused. Okay. These are done, but need a review from the experts. Okay, the whole thing is done. We can start with this, for example, or this. This could be simpler. We don't need to do much here, I would say. Maybe we can bevel it a little bit. It does not even have the modifier, because here for these armor parts I wanna do a few scratches or dents, so maybe we can wait for that too. Let's do this one. This should be simple enough. Okay. These plates too should be simple enough. Okay. Let's go. Let me check the original thingy, the original reference. Is it slightly beveled or something? Difficult to tell. Sup? At work computer! Already in chat! Long time no see. I was a little worried about you. Are you doing okay? I hope so. I hope you are doing fine. I hope you were able to relax for a bit. I hope that Marco is doing fine. And maybe eventually when you rest a bit, you can keep working on the room, the room, right? To get it in an amazing state. You're awake. That's a good start, man. I cannot wake up that early, to be fair, to be honest. You wake up really early. Well, maybe over there, and the sunrise is a bit sooner, perhaps. I don't know. Good enough. Have a little bit of coffee, have a good breakfast. And I'm gonna be over here as usual, 9:30. Jesus, you're a productive person. You got about 9ish. If I make it, if I wake up at 12, I consider that a W. Yeah, part of habit. Well, when I was not streaming, I had good person habits too. Like I woke up at around 9:30 or something like that. It depending on the day. But yeah, now my schedule has shifted, and now I am a good Florida citizen. I would say. Spanish, not so much. Let me check the references here. I would say maybe a little bit of a bevel, right? Won't hurt anyone. A little bit of a bevel. You get a little more realistic of a texture, even though it's like a gloss, right? It's not gonna be like a spiky, like that sharp of a gloss. The good thing is you stop. That's a W, man. That's an ultra W. So you can sleep and wake up normally. I am glad. I didn't want to suggest it because I don't know, I am not in your mind, right? So some people have strong demons to fight, let's say. They have lots of anxiety issues, so if you are able to keep it under control, it can be okay, but you have to be careful because it tends to make people sluggish and slow, even though it can open your mind a lot to make new connections and make you creative. It depends on the type too, the variety. We're taking yeah 1010. That's very specific, and that's a long life, man. Yeah. I understand. Some people, yeah. I mean, it depends, but maybe stopping is hard. I don't know because I am thinking it on, for example, I compare it to coffee, right? Because that's my substance of choice, let's say. And I suffer when I don't have my coffee. I tend to, for example, now on weekends, I try to not drink the second cup of coffee. So that way, when during the week, the coffee is more effective. So I detox a bit during weekends, let's say. Yes. Yeah. I've met you around here, but it is fine. As I told you, I don't want my stream to become a prison, and I want you to stream if you can stream, but of course you are not obligated to. I don't know. It was a little bit. I felt a little bit sad because, well, I don't know. Our schedules are not the most compatible, let's say. But I don't know. Having said no more streaming alone, I felt a little bit bad to let you stream alone, even though I left you the view with with my PC, my laptop. It is not the same. Well, the view is a view, it helps, but well, I guess once you reach affiliate, it does not help anymore. I don't know. I would say it helps anyway. You will again. You burn out fast sometimes. Well, it is fine. I don't know. That's why I was trying to, for example, I took the whole weekend even though I missed the Monday, for example, because I don't wanna burn out. And with Coke business and streaming, I felt I was getting tired, so I needed to take it easier. It is fine, it is fine. As long as you can feel it and let some steam off or relax a bit so you don't let the whole burnout. I'm yapping, I'm trying to bevel this and well, wait. That's it. Okay. I should have joined this bevel from other things that work. Usually do it, but I forgot. What was I saying? Yeah, try to manage your burnout if you can. Bevel, copy to selected. Okay, that's why you have it here. I am hearing the frogs in my head right now. Nom 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 nom. And other mythical sounds from your stream. I remember, well, the legendary intros. I would say that was the peak. The legendary intro. The song from the game is also pretty a classic. Sometimes I hear all those songs while I'm folding clothes or like doing laundry or everything, and I was thinking, oh no, MaroTachi needs to trim. MaroTachi needs to trim. Also, the GitHub AI should be free again. You can keep working on the frogs. But is the limit not like 24 hours or something? Yeah, I guess the bevel is taking effect all around it. Okay, W. Bevel weight. Okay. Got enough. I'm gonna bake that. I'm not an enjoyer of this one. To be fair, yeah. Let me see how do you look without the checker. Well, because I'm baking, right? From high poly, I can do high poly. Ew. Ew. There. Quit! Welcome back. You didn't stream yesterday, right? I was checking, but well, I was not home for most of my day, but I think, well, Tevi trimmed. Tevi trimmed. Pretty cool, Tevi trim. And did you get to see the rat gang? The rat girl. final result. She was looking good, right? Now it's a month for it to be free again from GitHub. Oh my god, that's terrible. That's terrible. And you were you were with understandable. Did you commission her for the rat gun, the rat girl? Yeah, watching TV is cool. Yeah. And as you can see here, you have 2 more examples of people that stream using only TTS, right? Well, not even TTS, chat. They chat. Quets and Tevi, they chat. Yeah. And Quets was streaming big robot dream. Fast robot with chicken legs and powerful cannon. Everything was S-rank over there. Huge W. It was too fast. Well, she's doing a good job. A great job. Yes. I'm glad she's on it again. She grabbed the courage or the, I don't know, that she decided to start throwing again. Yeah. I wanna see all of you shine. Yes. TV, Twitch, everyone. At work computer or MaroTachi, yes. Streaming, or doing what you love, what you like, and getting good at it, getting better. Well, you do speak. Sorry. You do speak, but you slept with your mouth open for 3 days, so oh my god. Understandable. But what? Yeah, those were the 3 days you said you were sleeping. I am guessing it was at the hospital, like after the surgery, right? So yeah. Take it easy, rest in general, rest your throat. Be chill. Yeah, I have seen your PC, the Railgun PC stream was yapping, full yapping. Yes. Yeah. Was it a coma, an induced coma, or you were sedated, or just exhausted and normal resting? I think that will do. Shrink wrapperino? No shrink wrapperino. This. Subdivision and bevel. Okay. Other question I had. Don't know if at work computer knows. These two are identical. Because, well, one is the central flap and the other is the ones from the sides. This is storing normal information. I separated them because I didn't know if we were gonna be baking lights or everything or something different in there, so I thought they might be different, so I did not stack them because of that, but we can probably stack them. I'm not sure, so I was waiting. It was a medically induced coma. It helps your heart rate stay low and helps with recovery. Okay, well, as long as they know what they are doing. Okay. Yeah, it seems scary. But, well, doctors know what they are doing, I guess. Yes. And if it helps you recover, it is the right choice. How are you feeling in general? Are you noticing an improvement over there? keep that shape. This is marked as a seam, this is red, but because it is where I'm cutting the texture. Okay, doing good. Don't really feel any different. Okay, I guess that is a good sign. Yes, yes, I am glad. I am glad. And you were playing video games like a pro, so yes, I guess that's also a very good sign over there. That robot was moving, was getting us ranks. What can I say? That's a good indicator. How can I scale this? And what are these? For example, this thing is, what are you? You. Here, with the arrows. What are you? The faces on top? Probably. Well, we probably don't need the faces on top, to be fair. And you then? What are you? The faces on the bottom or something. Yeah. We need those, though. These ones we can even get rid of. Well, we can keep it just in case they flap around, but no, I don't think they are ever gonna be seen, to be fair. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Delete. Okay. Yeah, no problem, quets. Quares or quets. Gonna hop off. Go Thai boxing. Are you gonna go Thai boxing today? Quets. Quets. Are you sure? Are you feeling that great? Can do stuff, but you can still learn. Okay. Then you're good to go. Go enjoy your Thai boxing, socialize a bit, and learn a lot. But don't you be doing extra effort and getting tired there. Okay? Yes. You have cookies blessing. Yes. Go enjoy. See you around, man. Okay, let me check the size of this. Of the squares. Compare them against the ones in the cape, more or less. I would say that's pseudo legal. We don't really need this to be huge, these faces over here. So they could be reduced, to be fair. And normalize. I think it has to be compared against other UVs, right? No, it's trying to make use of the most. And gradify. Those are separated. They don't need to. You could keep one of the faces, I guess. Rectify. Let me resize you. These are the faces on the bottom. I have the option to snap. It is not actually not that bad. Okay. Can snap you there, for example. Okay, grab everything, resize you. Let me check, because this seems they're kind of stretched over there. This could be a long boy, right? If I make it a long boy, it wants to be a wide boy instead. Do you want to be a wide boy? You want to be something like that. I could sx minus 1 and fit you there. Something like that. For example, what are you? Okay, one of those, right? This occupies quite a bit, but well. Yeah, I am thinking if the wool is only one strap and wrapped in there, right? And we need to unwrap the low poly, and I'm currently, well, without the subdivision and the bevel. How will it look? Still looking like that. Because I need to remove that, right? No. Still kind of tiny, right? Kind of chunk. Yeah, I was thinking, shall I just make it a flap? Probably not, right? No, because it has volume there even. Has a little bit of volume there. But the wool we made the whole wool almost a flap. I don't know, I'm a bit conflicted here. Let's see how this unwraps. Let me see what I can do for a low poly. This would be ribbon, well duplicated. Probably not. Should we call it banner or something, or maybe ribbon? So control, well, here in object mode, right? Object, Shift D. Okay, don't move it. And you're gonna be the low poly LP, and you're gonna be the high poly. The high poly is gonna keep everything, of course, and apply everything even. High poly goes to the shadow realm immediately. Well, I am gonna duplicate it again in object mode, Shift D again, and I'm gonna apply everything there. This I'm gonna hide in the collection, disable it, to keep a copy there with all the modifiers basically. Now apply subdivision, the bevel and the subdivision. Okay. That could be the high poly version with more info than ever. Okay. in the high poly. Use it smooth, just in case. And the low poly version, though. Low poly version. Get rid of the bevel and the subdivision. You keep the checker. You remove the checker here. We don't need it. Okay. And I'm gonna try to... Well, we shouldn't wrap the low poly, not the high poly. That was a mistake. UV editing. For the low poly is that. Okay. W. Let's see what do I get here. Layout again. So high poly, low poly. I need to do the thing with the material, right? The low poly needs the special material, right? New material. I'm gonna join the armor color just in case. Armor. You disable that. New material. The color, you get your joint color there. Okay. And well, I'm gonna have to name all these random materials when I'm done. Get the image texture, armor. Okay. And don't connect anything yet. That one, you don't need even a material in there. Okay. Now high poly, low poly. Or the other way around. Low poly needs to be there in the node window. There. I'm gonna disable chibi so you can see a little bit better. Okay. There in the node window, you need to keep the image there. So low poly needs to be the active. And then you go to the bakery, Blender bakery. Cycles, bake, selected to active, and I need a little extrusion, I would say. I have not made a manual cage and I don't think we need it. Let's bake this and see what happens. Let's see what's the texture. See what do we get there. Okay. Pretty legal. Why do I get that much empty space in there? Why would that? What would that be? That empty space. Let me see. UVs. With the two arrows selected, we can see there in the real object. Well, let's hide the high poly maybe. So, and these are the sides, I guess. They are shining there, right? Let's see. It is the back basically. And what is this? Oh, okay, these are the sides. This does not make sense. So I'm gonna really select these things and really shrink them, because it does not make sense that they are this big. It's weird that they are not connected in there, but you can manually do it, I guess. And what about this? It's the same, right? Yeah. Okay. Select them all. S, Y, shrink it, something like that, that can contain that, right? That amount of info. move everything together, and that's it. GY, paste it over there, and I'm gonna stitch everything together again. I'm gonna delete the image. So L, GY, move that, select a brush in texture paint and clean all this information because it is good but scuffed, slightly scuffed. So we're gonna redo it. New bakery. Yes. Okay. GY. I am thinking, shall I try to push it there? Shall I straight up RC90 minus and stick it whatever? Let's see, can I do R SY minus 1? And make this a little bit tinier maybe. How did you make that thin shape a square? This thingy. I mean, I resized a few thingies. Welcome back, Banana. Yes, welcome back. I was wondering, right? If I was able to make the wool a plane, shouldn't this be a plane possibly? I mean, in the model it has a little bit of volume, so that's why I was. But maybe with the normals, right? With the information of the normals, maybe we can make it a plane and it will look good still, right? I guess it can probably be a plane. If this can be a few planes and the wool can be a plane, this can be a plane, right? Everything is plane. You should enable, the stretch overlay in the UV editor. Stretch overlay. Where he be at? Stretch. I think I selected, I don't know, I think it was Gridify or something. What is the stretch overlay? Sorry, in the overlays, let me see. UV editor, we are UV editing, so it should be over here. Let me see, navigate, fix pixel over image, guides, UV stretch, angle, there it is. Okay, that's legal, right? No, not much stretching. Maybe too legal. I was trying to make them similar to the ones of the Cape we established as legal, I guess. Well, these ones are suffering a bit, but I mean, Is the scale wrong on the object? That could be. That could be. I think I did not apply anything there. That could be a thing actually. Let me see in the side panel here. Yeah, the scale is ultra scuffed. Oops. Oops. So low poly object, apply all transforms, and high poly the same, right? High poly was hidden. Apply all transforms, and the one I had stored with all the modifiers, I will apply all transforms to here. How is it called? I think I call it ribbon, even though maybe I should call it banner or something. Apply all transforms. Oops. Thank you for your big brain, banana, because very quality. Ribbon. Okay. So I need to unwrap again, right? And here the other day I unwrapped this separately. This one is the central flap and this one is the side flaps. They are identical, so I guess they can be stacked. And the only thing I kept them separated because I thought maybe in the future we need to bake light or other things in there. Maybe it's better that they stay like this. I can stack them. So I don't know. I was waiting for your opinion on the matter. I don't know if we really need to be baking something different in there. Depends how you're texturing it. I mean, for this model we can probably get away with not making a manual texture, right? It's only playing with materials and effects like the metallic reflections and everything. I think we can do it without a manual texture. I don't know if I think maybe baking the light in there is a bit too much, possibly, right? Let's see. We're in cycles here, but maybe if I change it to EV, we can check. You can bake the ambient occlusion. That's it. That's another thing people tend to bake. What is occlusion though for an OB? Let me see, maybe in a material here. Let me change render to EV so that my computer does not hate me. Don't hate me as much. The checker is in the way. Occlusion is here, I guess, right? Now we get emission. What is occlusion? The process is the same as baking normals. Yeah, and I think it's something people do often, right? But occlusion. It is how the light bounces or the transparency or let me see. What is ambient occlusion? Setting and rendering technique. Simulating how light is blocked by the object in a scene. So the transparency basically. How much ambient light falls on a surface. But for that you need to choose a light source, right? You're gonna bake the information from, for example, this top light we have here or something. Like a fake shadow. Yeah, that's why... is it... Well, some textures do have like a fake shadow, right? That's there always. I guess no, it's not ultra illegal. Now you don't need a light for it. Oh, I don't need a light. So it does not like bake the shadows from a specific light. It sort of creates a general shadow. It darkens automatically. We can do that. We can do that to learn. Yes, yes. So the thing is, will these two objects have the same occlusion? Because they are positioned differently. And is it worth it for me, speak now, before it's too late, to do as you said, right? Probably apply every transform instead of... Because here I was so obsessed with optimizing everything, ultra stacking everything, that maybe it went a bit too far. Maybe better to keep the objects in there unwrapped completely, so that we can keep different info in there. I don't know. You can keep them separate. Okay. The central flap and the side flaps. The thing is, do I need to unwrap the whole array? Spread the whole array over here? Or is this fine? Well, when I mean fine, I mean good. Do you think this is good, or is it worth it to unwrap at least the central and the side, or the central and two sides even if we waste a little bit of space of the texture? Yeah, this makes more sense. The inner side is probably darker. So, and we will use the same unwrap for both textures. I mean, now that we are unwrapping, is it probably better to just keep the same unwrapping for both. So shall I spread them here? Now is the moment to do it, I would say. And you can try to bake the ambient occlusion for that part. Just for this. And see what happens. Okay, I can try. Do you think... Shall I make the low poly just a plane here for this one? Maybe with the info from the normals is enough to generate the illusion. You will get like a fake border, but I don't know. You could. I guess it depends how low poly you wanna go. Probably easier to animate too. Okay. Let's try to do the low poly with just a plane. I mean, if we were able to do all that chest with 5 planes and it looks amazing, maybe we can get away with this too. Let's see. Shift I, Control Shift I to invert, or Control I. No, doesn't work here. L, select invert, Control I. Okay. Mobile game versus PC model. Yeah, I guess, right? Yeah, probably more scuffed. This will look better, probably, for sure. That's why, I don't know how bonkers should I go. Well, the wool is decent, right? And it's ultra low poly. It's very scuffed, but it seems like it's not. But here maybe you're gonna be able to tell a bit more. I don't know. Because this is gonna be flapping around and you're gonna see a paper, right? A paper flapping. Well, it's gonna be a paper with a little bit of volume. Well, we have the... Let's try it. Let's see how it looks. Because we have the other here anyway, okay? So we are not losing anything, really. Can always go back. Let's select these faces. How can I... L is not helping me. L is not helping. Go to the... Selecting with the wireframe. Like this. This can do. Okay. Delete faces. Hide the high poly. Is it only a plane, right? Okay. Cool. So ribbon LP and the ultra high poly. And well, I guess it can be done. It can be done. We did it with the other one. How is it gonna work? I don't know. It's probably thanks to the extrusion, I would say. Let's see the checker. Well, kind of legal, right? Okay. Let's go. There we are. And here, let me switch to cycles again. Sorry for the ultra lag. We're back. Cycles, bakery, from selected to active with extrusion, bake. Let's see what we are baking here. Okay, I mean, we got something similar to what we got there. Shall I apply for the low polyol transforms again or something? Let me check here. No, it seems to be good. Let me see if I were to connect this. Color to color, normal to normal, and okay, without the checker. Hide the high poly. Oof. I mean, that's rough. I mean, you get a little bit of a little shadow there. Will you see that in a mobile game? Yes, probably. But it is so thin. Might be too thin. What's that? I mean, there is no yellow errors here. That should be, yeah, here. For example, this one is similar. It is what it is. So I guess that's what you get. That's lacking info, sadly. So maybe let's go back. UV editing. So Control C, Control C, Control C, Control C, Control C. Okay, you're chunky again. Not really. Now you're chunky again. Okay. Let's try it like this. Let's see if there is a lot of difference. Bakery. No. Cycles. Bake. Let's see that texture. Would have been great to clean that early. Right. Need to texture paint. Let me see. Okay, like that. Thinks it looks a little bit weird, but let's see what it looks like, right? Let's see. Hide the ultra high poly, and here remove, well, basically the checker. This is the low poly. Have we really gotten that much info in there? Maybe you get a little bevel, but I don't know. Does the ultra high poly have all the subdivisions applied, right? Yeah. Maybe it could be subdivided further. Another one, maybe. Apply to round this a bit more. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, bake again. Remove that. Shall I clean it before? At least those parts. Okay. Let's see. Bake, bake, bake. I guess that's it. Okay. And this one we can delete. We keep the other. Connect this. Normal. Let me see it change. So without anything. see if it works. I guess I wouldn't say you're getting anything from here. It's almost irrelevant. And here you don't get the info. Well, maybe a little bit from the ultra subdivided one, right? Maybe a little bit, but it's barely noticeable. I don't know. That one is not that great. It occupies a lot. Okay, well, let's do another thing. Hide the ribbon. So for this armor, for example, how should we do the scratches and the dents? It has those scratches and the dents as floaters, probably. We need to do the floater combo again. They are different, so we need to apply the... Well, are they different though? Because maybe it has another dent there, and this is the same scratch. Let's see. It has the same scratch there and the same dent there. I know, cause I blend. You could sculpt too. Yeah, why not, right? Ultra high poly, sculpt and bake. That's it, why not? Upper leg plate. Object mode. Shift D. Okay. High poly. High poly. H. B. Okay. Let me see those modifiers. Bevel. Okay, I will keep you and duplicate you again. So shift D again. You go to the shadow realm and I will hide you. Okay. And you apply everything here and start sculpting like a madman. This one is too eepy, too eepy. Okay, apply the mirror tool and the checker we don't need for the high poly. Okay. High poly, we need subdivisions though. Shall I do multi-brush or something, or just keep applying subdivisions? I guess it does not matter. Okay. Let me hide the low poly. I really didn't need to apply the mirror, but it is fine. check. I hide first of all that cape. So create those cuts in there with grease sharp. We probably need even more resolution there. Okay, woof. The definition. Let me get rid of that side at least, so that the computer does not hate me as much. Okay. A few cuts. Tablet time. Not really, there is not really a need, but we can do it, so why not? Okay. Okay. Few scratches. Scratcherino. Oh. Well, my hands are mirrored. It is what it is. What about this face? What has happened to you, my friend? Let's see. Solid but not sculpt object. No wireframe. Yeah, that's what I want to see actually. Can I cut there? Create a crease. Yeah, that's pinched a little. And what are you? Crease sharp. You could get this. Oh. Orb brushes. They are free and you have the right to use them commercially. This guy is a saint. Thank you. There is a Scratch Alpha. Thank you. So cool. get. Okay, download. To import this, let me see here in preferences, edit preferences. I had a folder for brushes. Let me see. File paths. Asset libraries. Okay, I see the path. I'm gonna drop you there. Probably I need to drop you. Or maybe I can add you. Maybe I can straight up add the zip. Because I know some don't need to be unzipped. Oh, oops. Well, don't mind if I keep the others too. Give me a second. The others look cool. Downloads, right? Or not? Where do I have them? Orb brush pack. So it needs to be unzipped, I guess. Extract. Orb. Okay. Orb. Add asset library. What? No items. Let me check the other. Okay. Oh, so it's kind of the same? This is a transfer of popular brush pack from ZBrush to Blender. Maybe the others were for ZBrush. That's why it's not getting it. Okay. Oh, it is. They were created by 3D senior environment artists at Blizzard Entertainment. Oh, that's Orb. Ultra W. So this is the Blender version of those ZBrush thingies. Got it. Okay. So shall I? Let me see if it gets the zipped version. No, I don't think so. Need to extract the Rhino. Okay, there it is. There it is. Okay, should be there. Let's see. Is it working? Magically, I mean. Save. Where can I see my imported brushes? In this version of Blender. They should be here. General Paint, Simulation, Mesh Sculpt, all libraries. All libraries. I mean, if you strictly wanna no applicable assets found on the new thingy. So they are not properly imported. They probably do still work for this version of Blender. Probably. I am not in the last one, so that's usually a safe bet. Let me see, just in case. Okay, in the TXT it says how to install them. Okay, let me check the TXT. Okay. What? Copy everything from folder or brushes. Folder icons. Okay, icons, textures, and the file all brushes dot blend. Okay. Why, it's so weird. I guess it was for like an old Blender version or something. If I were to open our brushes here, what happens? Dot blend. Okay, I don't see them here. Let me see how to import brushes in this version. File append. Okay. File, append. Append. Let me see. Navigate to the brush folder and select the brushes you want to import. Ensure fake user is checked and append the brushes. Fake user. Okay. Register assets. Append. I guess everything or what? Or brush? Brush? All of this? Or what? I'm selecting all the brushes. Okay. Append. In the outliner, change the displayed mode to Blender file in the outliner and select appended brushes. Right click and choose Mark Add as asset. What? What is the outliner? The outliner. This thing on the side. Outliner, yes. But they were not appended here. No. I need to be in object mode or something. Let's see. Append all these things. All these brushes. It's only selecting add, only the first one. Why can't I select everything? Not really. I don't know how to do it. I am going to file append. I am going into the Blender file, into the brush folder, but it does not let me select all the brushes, right? Silverto, welcome, welcome. We're trying to append brushes here, but we're struggling. I am in the brush folder, selecting all the with shift, selecting all the brushes, right? But on the lower part, it only says append, not like, I mean, it said add the name of the first brush. It does not say the name of every asset in there. Select all your brushes and append. We are baking. Append. and nothing really happened. I don't see them, not even the add brush. It's not in any collection here. There is nothing here. What should it be? Here, I mean, I tried selecting the folder path too in preferences, and that way I get here in libraries, I get ZBrush Orb brushes pack for Blender 3D, but maybe I need to get and select the path, change the view layers to Blender file, view layers to Blender file, maybe here, file, okay, asset file browser, top right, here, view layer, or here, for example, Blender file, okay, collections, curves, brushes, oh, here they are, okay. Select the appended brushes, right click and mark as assets. Then mark as, yeah, you're right. Like the whole collection, or well, I can do first and last. Right click, mark as asset. Ooh. Okay. The orbs, oops. These ones, I removed the add. I will do, let's say, orb. Yeah, I it seemed like, well, let me remove market as asset, right? They seem familiar, those names, you know. A clear asset, sorry, and all of this from you to you, mark as asset. Okay, 46 brushes. Okay, now outliner, scene, or view layer. Now create a new category in the asset browser by selecting the current library. Asset browser. Save the file containing the brushes into your asset library folder. Should work. Okay, let's see. Sculpt mode. Let me go here again. Sculpt. Sorry, let me change to user library or all libraries all brushes. Oh, we got orbs. We now got orbs. Which one was the one that had alpha in there? Let me save. Okay. Okay, we have all our brushes and all of this. Rock noise, rubble. slash. Slash. Yeah, we got quite a few slashes. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Which one should we choose though? So many options. Let me see. How do they look? Do they even work? Do I even have it selected? Probably not, eh? Probably not. But okay. Let's see. Strength or radius? Change the stroke method to anchored. Stroke method to stroke anchored. Maybe changing the strength or the radius. Then it's like hold and drag. Shall I do it with mouse? Hold and drag. Nope. Minus. Is it locked for some reason? No. Let's see. I don't have symmetry on. Let's try different brushes. Let's see with the normal ones. Let's see if a normal brush works. First of all, it does. Okay. But the new ones, that one is doing something. Not much, but this was moving, I guess. Yeah, the middle there is moving. Ultra subtle. There's something is happening. Okay, something is going on there. I don't know what, but something is going on. Let's see. Okay, something is going on. Crank up the strength. Yeah, that seems to be it. Okay. Something like that. It's not as beautiful as that, but what? I need to crank it to the max. So is this better for mouse? Possibly, right? Possibly is better for mouse. Okay. So these are like rock scratches. Oh, that's cool. But they are individual scratches. Okay. We're testing. So we'll need to redo this. I'm sorry, Silverton. We were in the middle of an important operation here. Guess you always have to crank the strength. Okay. Fair enough. Which one is better there? Should be something tighter than that. So maybe one of these lashes. Crank the strength always to the max. That's cool. How does it behave here? Yeah, I don't know why it's like that, right? It's not a continuous cut. There, it's working. And do you cut? Yes, kinda. Okay, you can do it. You need more polish, even more. Okay. No problem. I need to redo this anyway. So delete you. Grab here this one. Duplicate you in object mode. No, not you. Upper leg plate. You. Can't see. Sorry. Yeah. Shift D. Okay. Hide you. Bring you back to the scene. Okay. Apply everything. Apply. The mirror. You can keep that. Just, well, apply it and delete the other. Delete the checker. Shall I do a multi-res or just subdivisions? And it is what it is. Keep applying subdivisions. I think I did like 4 for the other, at least. And we need more. Let me see. More than that. PC getting angry. I will delete the other to ease the pain. Okay. Another one, and I will turn off the wireframe so that our eyes don't suffer. Okay. Now, no wireframe, but we have lots of power here. Well, no, let me have the reference, but turn off the wireframe. So shiny, so shiny. So make a cut over here with, let's see, we're testing these ones, but what about you? Line large. Let's see. Something like... Sure. Oh, so subtle, so cool. To create scratches, but we need power there. Yeah, that's why we were not seeing anything. It's probably better to do it the other way. Maybe I need to make you bigger even. Let's see. Maybe this one has trouble going through faces. Because there you can go a bit bonkers, but if you try to go down there, well, it's good enough, I guess. Yeah, that's good enough. But that was too much. So maybe one like that, and another smaller one over here. Pretty cool brushes, Banana. Let me see. Banana got chat. And at work computer was also on stream, so I will use his emotes to work computer. MaroTachi. Silvertone does not have an emote there. Okay. It's a little bit serrated there. Shall I smooth that? Does it need more polygons? If I smooth that with a very tiny brush? Nah. That's Cafferino. I mean, I guess that is enough detail. I don't know if it can be improved with more polygons, probably. And for the smudge, it's easier for me to work on the other side. So I will mirror. Okay, apply. I can delete that. Oh, flip. Yeah. Mirror, but yeah, that was a literal mirror. I don't know. Slinky! Welcome back! Did you manage to finish Undertale? Because the last time I saw you were fighting Flowey over there. You were fighting Flowey. But your last stream, I think you stop in the middle of a fight, right? You will finish the Undertale today. Okay. W Linky. Yeah, Flowey seems to be very hard. Yes. Yeah. Pretty cool. Keep at it. You're almost there. Thank you so much, Linky. Same to you, man. Good luck with Flowey. Keep at it. Yes. Have a wonderful stream today. Yes. See you around, man. Let me see if I can flip it, right? Well, I guess I can do SX0 or something, right? But can you flip it from here? Well, let me check the reference. Yeah, the reference is like it's duplicated. Like he printed two of the same. Not mirrored. Flip? There is a way to flip here. But it's turned off unless you bisect, I guess, right? Bisect, flip? No, bisect. Can you just... I guess it's just a shift D, and it is what it is. But well, it was easier for me to work here. But it is what it is. I will rotate the reference and that's it. Hide the clamp. Okay, there is this much. Okay, so to do that, do we have a cool smudge? Rock noise, rock detail. Let's see, maybe some of these like inverted or something. Let me see. But strength. Let me save first. Okay. And oh, I always forget. You don't really need to do anything. That's like too much, right? That's ultra hardcore. That's not that bad, actually. It's too subtle. You can play with the strengths. I guess that's something similar to what he did there. I think that's the case actually. Seems like he stamped something in there. like that one flipped. It's even similar. Okay, we have the flipped version of that. Okay, and this info, shall I make it bigger though? Can I flip the texture? Yeah, I guess, right? With a minus here. What if I do minus and minus, X and Y? Okay, and now we can bake this, right? Let me see. What? This is the high poly. Where is the low poly then? I was just probably mistaken, right? When I copy this upper leg plate, high poly. There you go, right? Okay. Hide you then. Low poly. How low poly we wanna go? The bevels we can get rid of. The mirror we need. The checker we need. Okay, I guess that's it. We will leave them here to bake, but we will move them, I guess, eventually. Yeah, for this one, yeah, let's mirror, or what, or not. The ultra high poly is only there. We can turn off the mirror, bake it, and afterwards upper leg plate, low poly. So then I deleted the bevel of what? Of the high poly that's here. Oof. That was a mistake. Okay. What is going on? Did I just lose? Just to get a mirror. Let me see. Okay, the info is still there. Okay, so the high poly does not need anything. The low poly, get rid of the bevel, keep the mirror but turn it off. The checker, whatever, keep it. Okay, and the high poly here, yeah, you keep everything, but you're in the shadow realm. Okay, so for the low poly, we should add the new material here. Where are you? Low poly and high poly. Low poly should be the active. New material, join the color. New material, base color, boom. Okay, and you, bye bye. Add the image texture and the normal map. Okay. More. Okay. Let's go to UV editing, upper leg, low poly. Select one of you, I guess. Okay. I don't know what's going on there. Why are you so dark? Because it's probably the high poly one that's unwrapped there, right? Upper leg, low poly. Select, okay. Pseudo legal. Let me apply all transforms just in case, right? Item in object mode. Yeah, you are not fine. So object, apply all transforms and the high poly tool. Object, apply all transforms so that the squares are happier. Okay. This is still not great. Okay, there we go. They are both fine now. Okay. So low poly and here. Okay. Unwrap. That's possibly okay. Is that possibly okay? I guess. Let me see the checker there. Okay, that seems pretty legal. Could be bigger, right? Let me see the cape. We were comparing using the cape, the cloak there, those squares. We can scale it to make it tinier, right? That's enough info, right? We can flip it probably, or we can keep it over here. Or I can rotate it and put it on the top. We can possibly flip it like sx minus 1, right? That's legal. I put it over here. Legal enough, right? Okay, seems fine. Then we go back to layout and we start the baking process. You to you, bakerino. Bake. Texture bake. Are you legal? Do you hold tons of info? Why am I only seeing those teeny tiny things? That is not great. Not great, not even not great, it is actually bad. But why though? Have we extruded a lot? Or I see what's going on. They are not on top of each other because I have the mirror not applied. You see what's going on there? Because I can see it, I can see it. Then I need to apply the mirror, but well, not apply it, like turn it on. It's going to affect like one of them. Will that even work? Let me see what happens if I just turn on the mirror. So you and you bake. Will this work? Okay, it did work. There are the cats and the smudge there. Okay, cool. I don't know if not having one over here interfered in a way. Seems this one though, this one is special because it's sculpted, so I'm gonna hide it and throw it into the shadow realm, but I'm gonna keep it because, you know, so different from the other that only has the modifiers. Though I'm gonna connect this and see if we get the magic in there, the normals. Armor. What is going on here? Upper leg plate, cube material. Non-color. Let me see the UV unwrapping. Why am I not seeing? Do I need to? Maybe I was not in the correct. Turn off the checker. Okay, there it is. I was a little bit scared. Maybe I had the same problem for the Flapperino ribbon LP. No, this one just straight up didn't give us that much info. Okay. Well, we got the slashes. They are scuffed, a bit scuffed. They are a bit like that in the other though. I don't know if Banana has a tip for that. The tip is probably more polish. This smudge looks decent, I would say. The info is there. There is a bit of an issue here because this is like rounded and this is, well, not rounded. it's okay-ish, I would say. The scratches are there. The only thing is if you get closer, they look a bit scuffed. But other than that, good. It good. And this one should be inverted here. I should apply the mirror and flip it if I want it to be the same as the other. The thing is, if I want to reposition it, I guess I can use the cursor to put it in place again, because this needs repositioning clearly. Can I do GXX or YY? Not really. Okay, let me see. Where are the faces? iPad. Huh. So these ones go higher. And the wool. So the wool needs to be chunkier, or I can rotate them a little bit, perhaps. No, the inclination seems too much. Maybe the wool can go a bit higher. Let's see. We can probably sculpt it to be on top. Something like that, but I don't wanna mismatch the back there. It's probably S Y. I need to chunkify a little and move it to the front, maybe. Something like that, and adjust it a few times. SY. Make it wider, make it come more to the front. Oof. Nah. Sculpt it to reshape it. Okay, hide the wool, hide those paths. Okay, low poly paths. I was gonna say, why don't they have the scratches? They do. Could reshape them a little bit better. Just trying to keep them with the modifiers there, but they have to match the reference. Okay. So for the skirt is just a matter of keeping the bevels there. Let me go to the toilet real quick and I'll be back in under a minute. Let me get rid of the tablet because I don't think we're gonna be using it.
Oh no!
At work computer were right. Banana can be added there. Oh no. Well, luckily with Banana still I did not have an incident like I had to redo everything. With the work computer I had a few incidents in there, but I had to redo almost everything. Well, now I guess I can redo symmetry if I F'd up. I know a few methods to keep symmetry or to regain symmetry, so I guess we're fine now. We know more, we're better, we're stronger. Okay, let's go. Skirt. Duplicate. Object mode, Shift E. Keep it in place. Your skirt. LP. 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 Your skirt. HP. High poly. Okay. And you, high poly, will get duplicated once again. And you get sent to the shadow realm here and disabled. This is a future reference. This one I will rename to sculpted so that I understand. Do not delete, basically. Do not delete. And now here, skirt HP should be apply everything there. Mirror, bevel, subdivision, solidify, and remove the checker. Okay. Let's apply all transforms. Here for skirt low poly, let's see what we can get rid of. First of all, for you, for high poly, let me check the panel. Okay, everything is applied. For low poly, let me see what we can get rid of. The mirror, we need it in there, so we're not gonna delete that. The bevel and the subdivision, the bevel for sure. The subdivision, let's see, possibly. Maybe we can keep it or remove it. I don't know. Maybe we can keep it. How does the wall look? Yeah, we can keep it. Then we're only applying the bevels. Solidify. What is the solidify doing then? Is what's giving us that thickness? It should be, right? But I don't see any change here. Why is that so? I guess it's making it. It's a face. This is a face. Then maybe we don't need the solidifier. We can get the normals from the other one. Okay. So maybe we can keep it like this. Subdivisions and mirror and the checker. Let me yeah, check the checker because we need to unwrap Perino. So what do we really got there? L. Well, all. How is that even unwrapped, right? Unwrap. Okay. I guess it's one side and the back. Let me select. What are you? You are the back. Okay. It's cut in half because of the mirror. and you should be the sides, and you join here in the middle too. I can probably gridify, right? Or okay. Let me see if this is kind of legal. This will be the back. To be fair, this could be rotated. Maybe they were more beautiful that way. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, let's compare against the cape here on the side to see the legality of these squares. I guess, and they are probably too tiny. Too tiny means you can make them smaller. It's fine, it's fine. And what about you? Aren't you too big? You seem to be too big. Let me hide the cloak. Let me see something. Well, let's make them similar, right? I guess that is fine. Snap into the others. They're still kinda tiny. What? YouTube exploded. Okay. It's a little bit eyeballed, but I'm not liking this. Why are you not merged there? Or maybe they are, but they are under the tail. Let me hide the body. No. Okay. That's a bit too much, but long as nothing else is clipping in a weird way. Okay. Let's bake. These green things. Yeah. How did this work, Banana? This indicates the stretch of the squares. Should it be as blue as possible? If I were to resize, does the color change? I am not seeing it change. Does it indicate the faces, if the faces are stretching? I'm not very sure about that. I don't know what's going on there. Skirt ultra high poly, you and you. And here on the low poly, same procedure. You add the image texture and normal map. Select armor in there. Okay. And let's get ready to bake. Okay, render. First of all, let me save the image and the file, just in case of explosions. Bake. Okay, we got something there. Bacarinos. Okay, let me hide the high poly. Let me remove the checker. And we are in the correct thingy. Hide that. I guess we got more info there from the bevels. These cuts right there. I don't know, why do we got one here and other there? Let me see. We have one big cut there. So why does is that an artifact? We got that big cut there, that's legal, but what's going on here with those triangles? Sorry, that's the high poly. That is the low poly. Ah, it is not connected, I'm an idiot. Color, color, normal, normal. I don't know what to tell you. That's not that great, eh? I mean, you get the cut in there, but it is a bit aggressive. I mean, if you subdivide it once more, you get it properly, looks proper, but that's not the point. Maybe I need to hide the subdivision from the render. Well, that one looks decent. And we get the info from the bevel without having to bevel. That's that's a W, but I guess, let me check the wireframe. I think this is a lot of subdivision still. I don't know why I cannot. Let me see if I were to apply you. Poof. It's a lot of geometry. If I remove you, oh yeah, you are very scuffed by default, right? And you are beveled, but no, but you don't have the bevel. If I were to bake without the subdivision, like you and you, yeah, just like that. Remove this. What about this? Bake. Invisor, no material invisor. The image change. It changed a bit. Let me see the materials. Did it have scared low poly? Scared low poly? Scared low poly? I added this material here, okay. Well, the visor, of course, does not matter. I guess this is fine. I added it on top instead of creating. Well, fair enough, right? This change, let me see how it looks. Is it decent? I guess it's better than the other. You can keep it pretty low poly. Oh, what's going on here? What happened here? Ah, no, okay. That's it. Okay, this is pretty legal. Well, I mean, how does it look without anything? I mean, for being that high poly, it's kinda legal. But are we getting too into the scuffed realm? I think we might be being, yeah, we might be crossing too much into mobile game territory, as Banana said. I think that's actually the case. So let's try to keep it a bit more, not healthy, but I can do it better. It's not everything a matter of having the lowest topology in there. Has to be the prettiest you can make it with the least topology. Yeah, you need to apply that subdivision after the mirror. It's better if you do it that way. The mirror, I would like to keep it to not have to unwrap the other side, but just change the mirror a bit, maybe. this size is getting kind of big. Kind of big. Okay, let's try this bake. Well, first of all, let me see how does the low poly look. Well, legal enough. Low poly enough. Okay. Bake that. Okay. Hide the high poly, connect this. Okay, well, legal enough with the wool. Okay, and the mesh. Yeah, pretty legal, pretty legal. I will keep it. High poly, bye bye. Okay. W, then let's keep going. So, let's see these dangly things. Dangly things. Dangly plates. LP. LP. Okay. Duplicate you, Shift D and Shift D. Okay, I do 2 copies. One is the one that preserves all the modifiers, HP, and this one is gonna have everything applied. Just because we noticed it might keep more information when you bake if everything is applied. I'm not like 100. Well, we sort of discovered it was the case. I'm not this. Maybe there is a way if you select all the birds there or something in the modifiers. If you select this option, maybe it behaves better or something. I don't know. But for what I can tell, if you apply everything and you even subdivide it a lot, you get better normals there. The mirror we can ignore in both, I guess. Bye bye. And here we can ignore it here too. The checker, keep it in the low poly because we need to see the size of those squares. And what else? Let me see them without the checker. Do they need more subdivisions or something? I don't think so. That's more than enough. Let me see. Is it only like that? 1 cube? Well, good enough, I guess. Okay, so for the HP, everything applied. It's basically we apply the bevels. And let me apply all the transforms just in case. Yeah, they are not applied. I guess if you apply the transforms after applying the bevels, you will get a different result. Yes. Is it gonna be that crazy different? Probably. It's probably not gonna be the end of the world, but it's gonna be different, probably. Okay. Dangly plates, high poly and low poly. Low poly. we add the new materials, armor, change the color as usual. Can we, for all the ones that are armor and material, can they not use the same material? Because I'm creating one per each, but maybe you don't actually need one per armor piece. They are both using the same texture. Maybe no, it does not make sense that they are all different. I think I was gonna say maybe when we do like the occlusion or something. No, but they are gonna use probably another node. But well, maybe, well, never hurts to organize your info, I guess. But okay, keep it there in the low poly, the armor, and let's unwrap it. Unwrap again because we applied transforms. It didn't change at all. Let me check. Dangle plates, low poly. All unwrap. What a mess. Gridify. And this is the low poly one. The low poly has that many details. The low poly one should not have the bevels. It has the bevels. Nope. Delete. Now unwrap again. I thought that was scarily unclean. It was a bit messy. Okay, that makes more sense. We need to gridify it. And we can probably stack them, right? We can probably, I don't know what to say. Or you can, of course, make them ultra tiny, right? But they are occupying so much space in there. We use the cloak as comparison. Something like that. I mean, you can get them, you can let them be over there, but you can probably stack them. Let me think. Maybe for the occlusion thingy, it does not hurt that they are like this. Should they be smaller though? Something like that. Keep a safe distance just in case they bleed or something. Okay, layout again. High poly, low poly. Select them all and bake. Bakerino. Let's go. There they are. Okay, that did not work properly because we get those artifacts. That means the cage is not caging properly. So we need to make the extrusion a bit bigger, possibly. Let's try with the other value that usually works. Make that. Okay, and let's see if we get a better result this time. Oh, not really. This is peculiar because they changed. Is it because they are overlapping? Right? If I do 0, what happens? Or maybe I choose a lower value. Because they are so close together, right? Maybe the cages are... I don't know. I don't know. If I do something like this. Kind of okay-ish. This might be the issue, that they are ultra close to each other. Can I do something like that? Is that decent? Okay, that's cleaner. We're getting there. But how far or how low should we go? Let's see, something like that. Or 75. Let's see what's better. Okay, that's cleaner even. So it should be around here, around 25. How about that? They're pretty similar to each other, so they could probably be stacked. I will keep them like this. I was not paying attention. Did it even work? Is it better or worse? I don't know. Pretty similar, I would say. Let's try this, see if it's better or worse. It's better. And that. And there is no difference there. If I go lower, I don't know. It's not even perceptible for... Yeah, it keeps getting better. But 0 is not great for whatever reason. So let's try to... I guess that's even better. It's a minimal extrusion. Extrusion, not 0, almost. Yeah, it keeps getting better and better. Can I do 005? Does Blender even... Okay. Can I go farther? If I do 0, I swore 0 had artifacts in there. Yeah, look at that. But if you go 0.005 was good. If we go like that, there's another 0. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. You need to make a cage, I guess, to slightly separate from the original geometry, but not big enough to touch the... Ah, look, this is not better. So this is... I guess this is as decent as we can get it. It's kinda clean enough. Okay, let's connect this, you to you, color to color. Okay, hide the high poly ones, remove the checker, boom boom. So, how do you look like now without... Okay, yeah, you are cubes, but you look a bit rounder, and that is what I call a little W. So you, good sir, bye bye. Okay, and get the mirror in there. Okay, W. So you are done. The amulet here. Okay, let's go. Relic necklace. Amuleterino. Let me see. Relic necklace. I can do the stripe here without a texture. I can do it in the high poly. I can create a rage or... Yeah, it's not even worth to sculpt it. I will create tulips and resize or something. Yes. Okay. Create the 3 copies. W. Sorry. Shift D. It is indeed a W, but Shift D. But not like that. Relic necklace. What's going on? All. Let me see what's going on. Object. Shift D. And Shift D. Okay. So you are LP. You are HP. HP, well, is the one... Really not HP, it's the one with the modifiers, basically. But what do we have here? There is no modifiers to be had. Not yet, at least. So maybe can add a subdivision. Okay. For example. Okay, hide the checker. Well, the high poly does not need it. And well, keep it just in case. There. Well, whatever. You move to the collection there, just to have you a copy of you, basically. And with you, we're gonna get a bit crazy. High poly. Have the subdivision there. We will apply it. Just one, right? Yeah. Okay. See. No poly. Apply. How do you look now? I don't see a change. Why is that? Why did the subdivision not do anything to you? Was I using the other one or something? Silvertone, sorry man, sorry, because last time you came I was very focused on trying to get those brushes to work. Welcome back, welcome back. How the project doing? How the project doing? Did you make any progress? We're finally rendering seeing one way. W Silvertone. You have a little progress here in the threads. Have a little progress there. We're playing the waiting game, just loading it. Okay. Pretty cool. Does it look promising? That little render, is everything in place? I hope so. It might actually... Maybe I need to separate, maybe the sphere, I can separate and subdivide that, but for this... yeah, maybe, yeah, I can apply it, but bevel or something. You don't have any updates. Okay. Yeah. Okay, W. Tomorrow. Yes. Pretty cool. I wanna see how it looks. I am just baking information here, right? I'm baking all the normals from high poly versions here to keep details and keep my mesh cleaner. We had to, well, we sort of had to decide how clean we want the mesh. And I thought I didn't wanna go mobile phone clean. I mean, I could do it, but I did it for the banner or the flap, the ribbon that has hanging from here. It looks like a paper. It's like it would look on a game, I guess, but felt like a bit too much. There is no need to go that low poly. But we're baking. We're getting info in there, but the mesh is clean. Well, cleaner than it would take. Look, the mesh is clean, but we get some bumps in there, some ridges without bevels. That ridge without a bevel. And here too we get a border, but this is only a plane. What is that sorcery cookie? And mobile phone clean. Mobile phone clean is probably like, for example, what I did with this is only a plane, right? It's trying to give the illusion that it is not, but it is. To do that with the, for example, the huge flap that has over here. To do it just a face, right? One face with all the cuts, and it will look like a paper with this kind of effect, but it was it's such a huge detail, well, such a huge accessory that I felt it was worth it to keep it with more geometry. For example, these are cubes, but they hold the information from when it was beveled. And don't get me started on this one. This one I think is the most impressive. This is only a few faces. Look, those are what, 8 faces, 10 faces, but they are holding tons of info there. All those hairs, right? That's pretty cool. That was because the original mesh was ultra subdivided. You finally downloaded 4.5, and yeah, you're getting faster renders, more consistent actually, depending on the data. W Vulcan. Is it stable enough? I would say once you are working with a project that big like yours, right? Any help is appreciated. If it crashes from time to time, let it crash. But yeah, you need to be able to play the scenes to know what's going on there. So I get it. W, I think I will eventually update, like upgrade, sorry, or what, it is the same basically. I don't have the need for this project. I didn't wanna go bleeding edge because, you know, you can get hurt in the bleeding edge. No, basically because maybe some add-ons stop working, or the devs, they take a few weeks for them to update it to work with 4.5 or something. So I like to be one version under the current, right? I think might be wiser, but in your case, man, 4.5 is a big one for animation, so you have Koge's blessing. You were afraid of that too, but your updates on your add-ons are fine. W then. If you, I don't know, if you're using the face rig, no, face it, I mean, that you don't need anymore, I guess. You have already used it, but even if it works, it works. And the proxy one is the important one, I would say. If that one works, you're good to go. Okay. And here, I think we are gonna try to bake occlusion too, because I have never done it and I wanna see, I wanna experience it. I have all the checkers on, so it's a bit hard. Maybe if I go, let me see, let's try. Yeah, we're in, if I if I turn the material view on cycles, we won't be able to see anything. Nah, with the checker stays there on top of everything, so you cannot see the model shine, literally. I have seen there is an option to add bloom, but I think you have to be ray tracing maybe. There is an option here. I think it was in cycles, so my PC is gonna struggle if I turn it on. Proxy Plus, you're actually not using it for that render. So if it doesn't work, it is fine. You have the animation already laid out. Okay. You actually took 2 days off and was designing a tattoo that you've been wanting in Blender. What? A tattoo you've been wanting in Blender and Blender? I mean, I took 2 days off too. Took the weekend. Oops. Sorry. Joey. Eevee is fine for stream. Cycles is too much. You're designing your own tattoo in Blender. Okay, yeah, why not? Why not? You can do everything in Blender. We can almost live in Blender. Blender can be our OS almost. Not yet, but almost. Give it a few updates. We can live in Blender. You've been wanting to get a tattoo for a long time, but just been putting it off. What is it all about? What is the theme of the tattoo? Or is it too personal? If it's too personal, you don't have to tell us. It's fine. But if we can know, it would be cool. Actually, you were supposed to get one a long time ago. You went downtown and you got parking ticket, and you got so mad you canceled the appointment. Oh no. Was it a huge fine? If you got a parking ticket over there, over here it depends. If you park like it's an octaedron bone from lip bone with some other stuff. Pretty cool. That's fine. That's actually kinda cool. You can tattoo your armature there. That would be fun for a 3D modeler. Hey. It's my armature. Oh no. And controllers. You can do it. That's kind of fun. Maybe for a finger or something, so that it's not too big, right? You can have a little bone in one of your fingernails there. That's kind of cool. You were like $90. Oh, flip! It was kind of corrupt because there was no sign saying you. I hate those. You cannot. Well, sometimes it's not worth it to complain. I have one removed, one like that, but because my aunt helped me. I parked on a place that did not really have any kind of sign that told you it was forbidden. But I got a ticket anyway, but we were to complain there and they took it off. Luckily, but it only happened once. I had to pay quite a few of those. But it depends on where you park. The ticket is milder, or for example, if it is like a paid parking and you don't have the receipt that you had paid for a few for X hours, for example, you get a ticket, but it's like €8, so $8 or $10 at most. But maybe like if you park in like a wrong place, both, like if they tow your car, it's gonna be expensive. It's gonna be expensive one if they tow your car. But as long as they don't tow it, yeah, it's maybe between 60, 80. Yeah, I guess it's around the same. 80 could, I could say. America is kind of, it depends on the place. It can happen here too, I guess. Depends on the police station. Because there could be communities that require a permit to park, but they don't have to. They don't have to have signage, but they do. If you go to court, you could get it dismissed, but you have to fight it, right? That's the pain. You probably know you're right, but you have to go through the whole process, and that's tiring, and you probably don't have time for that, and so you assume it and you pay it and just hope there is better luck next time, right? Or something. You try to never park there ever again. Life. So is life. It is a pain. I don't like tickets. Tickets are the worst. You hate driving downtown. You'd rather just take the train or an Uber. I mean, for me, well, if I can avoid it, I would probably. I don't mind it. I never mind it, but the problem is downtown. You have to know there are usually tricks with signs, right? And special crosses, special rules that locals know. But if you're not used to the city, you get the first one in the mail, right? That happens. Oh. Even in my own hometown, there are a few crosses that the first time you get the ticket, and the next time you know. But it sucks to learn like that, man. It didn't have to be like that. But yeah, some weird crosses that when you realize you messed up, once it's already too late. It is too late. How long is it gonna be to render this time? A few hours you have for the full project, probably. I don't. I cannot have them because I have a very sensitive skin. Otherwise, I probably, I don't know, I'm not sure. I consider when I was studying fine arts, I was not like, I didn't hate the idea to have at least one sleeve or something. But I don't know if I would now. But I cannot have it because I have very sensitive skin and I have like atopic dermatitis. It is like my skin is kind of itchy and I have to take meds for it to be normal. So my dermatologist said, don't you be putting ink on your body or anything because that's gonna make everything worse. So yeah, I cannot, even if I wanted to. I'm not a fan of needles, let me tell you. But yeah, they look cool, but it is not an option. It is not an option. So yeah, my body is clean. It's clean. To preserve shape, I think I can add a few loops here. You don't have any tattoos. Oh, this would be your first one. Okay, okay. Are you going for a tiny one? Or a big one? My brother has a sleeve, I think. I said I think because I don't know if he has both sleeves by now. I'm not sure. He probably shouldn't though, because he has a sensitive skin, not as bad as me, to be fair. But he's kind of allergic too. So he should be careful, but he just does not care that much. Kind of medium sized forearm tattoo. Oh. Well. Good luck. It's gonna be, well, they say, well, I don't know. Sometimes it's better, yeah, to go like go big or go home. It depends. I get having like a small one in a not very visible place just to check if you can handle it, right? Some people recommend forget about it and just go deal with the consequences. I don't know. That sounds a bit rough for me, to be fair. But yeah, some people say, just if you want a tattoo, just go get it and deal with it. You're just you decided to take it now. It is what it is. I think, yeah, some people say that's the best mindset to have. Just deal with it. But I don't know. You don't want, yeah, a whole sleeve. A whole sleeve is big. It is big. But yes, a little tiny. Well, a medium tattoo, I guess. It's fine enough. Oof. This is rough. It's not holding the shape. No, it is not holding the shape because it does not have a bevel modifier. How is it gonna hold the shape then? Okay. Bevel by weight. And then I should probably join it from. Okay, now it should hold. At least it's holding better. Okay. There we go. So I can hold the shape with the subdivision in there. Okay. Now the sphere is rounder, and this other diamond, when it to mark 2. So you're gonna draw a leaf bone, so the octahedral bone, let's see, let's have a look, and a few other things. Well, you don't have to tell us the other things. Let's see, it's cool, but I actually like the idea of having a little bone in the finger, a leaf bone in a finger with a controller maybe near the tip, a ring around it, that's a controller. That seems kind of fun. Where the bone? Where the bone be at? Armature. There it is. One of these. You're gonna have one of these. Yeah, don't wait paint yourself, eh? Don't want you be wait painting you. Wait paint, you do with easy removable body paint or something. But don't tattoo the white paint. That might be dangerous. Maybe you won't ever bend the same. Oh, that can be dangerous. You posted the tattoo ideas on threads. Okay. Yeah. Let me check it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be. David, I posted the rat gun girl. You get my like. Silver to Frederino. Tattoo ideas, yes. Let me open Chrome. Chrome. Let's see. Tattoo ideas. Boop. There we go. Look at that. The bone on a note. Gradient texture, color, and fuck. Yeah, that. What does it mean? I have read it before. Is it like face or what? Or I don't know. It's linear. These are. Let me see. This is how you connect the nodes if you do it perhaps, or these are like stick bones. Maybe it's how you connect the nodes if you do it straight. I don't know, I have not used that a lot. In a perfect world. Sure. Pretty cool. Yeah, talk with the tattoo artist because tattoos tend to, how do you say, they get blurry with time, you know. So talk with your tattoo artist to see if it is gonna, let's like remain with the same shape over time, right? Because colors tend to bleed and get a little bit blurry. Talk with them. Yes. And the diamonds are the keyframe for animation. Makes sense. So cool. You find they are simple. They look good from far away. Yeah. They have to be readable, I would say. Yes. Yeah. Well, they know how this whole thing works. So you talk with them. Pretty cool. And this is separating render passes so we can render everything in cycles and have full control over the color management in post-production. We're going to render everything in place. That's how the timing and tempo is your render coming soon. Yo. W. And this is the low poly crowd. Not everybody was able to see it, so because I was playing Monster Hunter last time when we checked it. Yeah, he implemented a low poly crowd. Yeah, pretty cool. They are no longer silhouettes. You see? Pretty cool asset there. Yes, it works pretty well. W Silvertone. Silvertone. Yes. But these are just doodles. I'm still getting more ideas, but I like this concept. There are cool ideas there. And, well, what can I say? They represent you in a way, right? You're there doing animation in Blender. I like it. I like the idea. If you have an armature bone on your forearm, totally makes sense. Yeah, I think it's pretty fun. Oh yeah, and I animated the characters in the crowd, but you didn't record it for threads. Oh really? The crowd, what do? They move a little bit. They whisper. Maybe they move a little bit only, so that there is a little bit of more life in there, basically. Let me get rid of this armature. Okay. Chop. Okay. Did you get your morning coffee over there? Are you well equipped for the day? It's not holding that tip, but I cannot bevel a dot. Right, I can bevel, maybe bevel weight. I can. Well, this is the high poly one. I don't mind adding a loop near the tip. That's fine. So I will add a loop near the tip. It works here because it's cut, right? So I get a ring there. Let me see. You only animated 2 characters, the one that were getting pushed away. Okay. Makes sense. And this is refusing to do the whole edge loop. Bevelerino, subdivision. It understands that one, but refuses to get this one. Because they merge in a dot there. I can knife across, or I can duplicate this edge, I guess. Can I do D or Shift D and GGU, where you understand that, or E? No, E is probably not, is gonna extrude. We don't like that. So Shift D, GG. No, Shift D is disconnected, right? Well, I can knife across, and S is 0. What's funny, when you designed the bone for the tattoo, you were scared because you didn't want it to look like that was your fear. Yeah. Yeah, understandable. Talk with the tattoo artist so that does not happen. Yeah. Ask for their knowledge and expertise. They will probably know what's up. I wouldn't wanna have that issue. Some it was yeah, understandable, man, understandable. Some people when they get tattoos, yes, yeah, that can happen. Yeah. But I mean, I bet they're gonna do a pretty decent job as long as you saw their previous work and it was to your liking, right? If you enjoy it, that's the only thing you need there. If you like the style, it is what it is. More than good enough. Goes the whole way around. Okay, can SC0 or what? Sorry. SC0. Okay, and bevel down. Okay, and GGU. GG. Can I not? Maybe the magnet, right? Was screwing with me. I guess that works. Yeah, that works. Okay. No problem, man. Thanks for coming to say hi. Well, I will be waiting for your progress there on threads. Let me know where it's ready, and I will be baking over here. We have a lot to bake. The cookie bakery is going full throttle here. Yes. Yeah. And good luck with the tattoo if you're going anytime soon. Yeah, see you around Silvertone. Okay, is this good enough with the subdivision? If it's is it affecting? I think so, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. So yeah, let's crank it. Maybe a bit farther. Well, this one though, it was pretty polygonal in the other one too. So maybe I can bevel these few loops. So these ones we can bevel maybe. Let's not go the whole way around. It's probably because they have a mirror there. Did YouTube explode? Is internet fine? I hope so. OBS seems to be recording. The streaming seems to be... Is it okay? I hope so. We're not dropping frames because YouTube stopped working. That's strange. Let me see. Let me load. Yeah, internet works. I don't know why. Maybe YouTube is trying to load an ad or something. I don't have ad blocker on, so we should try to load it. Download it. We can try another song maybe. Yeah, for whatever reason, stop liking the previous song. Okay. So, bevel attach. And you too. Just because the original has this polygonal shape, but the rest is gonna be smootherino. Moderino. Bevel. And you too. Sha. Fapta sha. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah. That is like that in the original, so it is what it is. It is what it is. I have to keep it like that. But this will be good enough to get prettier normals. I am gonna also add the ridge. Let me. I have all the overlays. Why I'm not seeing the reference? Good sir. Yes. Let me hide almost everything, to be fair. Okay. Happened to you? You're the reference that I had rotated to be able to sculpt the armor plate with this this thingy, the scratches and the scuff in there, right? Let me move this reference. So here you have a ring, a little ring. I need to edit in there, but that's info that's gonna be there for the normals, right? Loop cut, and loop cut, and the innermost ring we resize and we squish like that, and possibly we can even bevel that. Bevel so that is wider. I would like it to be straighter, but that will do. And we can add another segment. Maybe not. Maybe that's good enough. And I wanted to align them, but I don't know. Well, I can select this, snap to bird or something. Or just eyeball it. Something like that. That's it. Select these faces. This loop. Resize it again. Let's see how that looks. We have to keep the bevel, keep the shape. So that's selecting the edges. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bevel weight to the max. Okay. Do you hold the shape now? Yes, sir. Let me see, compared against that. Okay, it goes farther up. So you, and you. GG. Oops. I guess they get a bit. Let's go little by little. GG. Something like that. GG. Can dissolve them. I need to do it in the proper place, or I lose the diamond shape, the correct one. Dissolve edges, okay. So this would be maybe like over there, and this higher up, maybe over there, something like that. Okay, now here you do the thing. One and bevel. Resize it first and bevel. Oh, sorry. Bevel, not inset. Okay. And you can modify this one a little bit so that they are vertical. Okay. And you mark all these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bevelerino. There we go. It's a bit wide, but it's good enough. Okay, now this would be the high poly. Relic necklace high poly. And this is the low poly. Let me unwrap it. Unwrap it, Reno. Okay, there we go. Is this legal? Well, legal. Legal is a strong word, right? Legal, well, legal. What is legal anymore? Let's see what we can do here. It has to be the low poly version, okay? Unwrap. Well, this is cool enough, but first of all, let me apply all transformations, okay? Just in case, because you never know. You might be getting something ultra chunk. Maybe. Yeah, the scale is not applied. Big mistake. Well, not big, but mistake. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. All. Object. Object. Apply all transforms. Yes, yes. And for you to apply all transforms. Yes, yes. For the one we stored, we should probably do it too. You, good sir. I know I cannot see you there, but I hope this works for you. Apply all transforms. Good luck. I don't know if that works though. I think it needs to be visible. Because otherwise I don't think you can select it. I think it's untargetable. Or what? Let me see. Relic necklace, high poly, this one, the hidden one, yeah, untargetable. There. Okay, apply all transforms. Okay. Now you can keep being untargetable. Okay. Now low poly and high poly. Low poly, Mister. Why are you so crooked? I don't know. Let's see. Edit. Object. Low poly. Edit. Unwrap again. Okay. Cool. Now. Well, you should be ultra tinier than that. You're very small actually. Let's compare it against the cape. Let me change my phone batteries, headphone batteries. And by the way, I should turn on my pendulum physics on my ears. I always forget. Well, it's not that I forget exactly. It's that when you have Peach in the scene, well, Peach and every other model, they don't have ears. So, it kind of messes with my ear physics. Let me try to see. For okay. Let me see. Pendulum physics. Let me see if it loads. I need to switch. My phone receiver needs to be for Koki. I hope it does not make everything explode. It's working still, yes. Okay, you can see the pendulums there. But I need to go and pendulum physics. I don't have them yet, right? I need to load the profile. Load Koki profile. Ear wiggle. Override. Successful. Yeah, we have it. There. It's cooler to have it. Yes, yes. I need to save the scene. As always forget. Save scene. Saved. W. Now every time I blink, my ears wiggle. Okay. Let me see the cloak. Cloakerino, show yourself. There you are. So, you need to be a molar, so that the crosses are similar. That way we have similar info there. You can be a bit bigger maybe. Okay, and you can leave over here if you want. Can probably unwrap these. Well, this sphere I like it, but the top and the bottom faces, they could probably be opened like a dice, you know how you open a cube. But maybe these ringerinos I can gridify. These ringerinos, can I gridify you? Yes, that way it's more understandable what you are. This one can probably be gratified too. This one looks cool like this, so I will let you live. Can I turn off the... Let me select you again just in case. To move you a bit to there. Okay, can I move you, I don't know, maybe over here, rotate you even, like that. Oh, it's not exact, oh no. Then I will do this, where you look cooler. I don't know. I guess it's cool to make this pretty, right? It's not like, well, it can be prettier, I guess. I am sure. These are the rings. What are you? You're a cone, right? Or something. This one. And you are the third one. Okay. Let's keep all the rings together, I guess. And is that enough info for the rings? Well, they are not that. Let's see. this is the top of this one, I guess. But it was not bad. How it was even the first time round. I won't say it was bad. Let's move it so that they don't bleed or something. When I say that they don't bleed, I mean the colors. They don't. If we paint normals or colors in there so that they don't affect this shape too, right? To be careful with that because it can happen. Even though it's not strictly on top, it can happen. Can affect you even then. Or I can keep it there, but I guess you can resize it and put it there or something. But I guess we don't have that. Like we are not that constrained on space, at least yet. I don't know. When you open it like a dice. The thing is, maybe they are not aligned like that, so that's why I don't want to make them overlap or anything. Okay, those are the rings. Okay, legal enough. Careful with the margins though, they're a bit cramped. Well, this is gonna have the material. It's gonna be a reflective material. That's it. Yeah, separate them a bit so that they don't bleed for whatever reason. Okay, decent enough, I guess. Oof, they are a bit too close to there for my comfort. Don't want them to destroy the wall. Okay, something like that, I guess. Oof. They're a bit cramped. Let's see if it works. Layout. So, low poly, high poly. Low poly. Add the texture node, image texture, and normal map. There we go. And here you select the armor image. That's that image that contains all the gradients. And now we go to render cycles, of course, and let's see if we are lucky. Bakery, and select to active. Selected. We don't really need a big cage, right? Let's see if that works. Okay. It's baking. Says that it's saved. I've not seen anything there. Selected to active. What's the warning? I got a warning. No active found in armor 04. Okay. It's because the first material is the old one. Okay. Yeah, it has this one for the crystal though, right? It needs both. What can we do with this? I guess just remove that one. We bake here. Or we keep it just lower it there. We keep that in slot 0 and bake. That's only gonna bake here, right? And we're baking from the high poly. Well, I need to apply everything, right? Apply the bevel, apply the subdivisions, and remove these. Okay. No. Bake. An active image for armor. It's fine. Why? Why don't I get anything there? Selected to active. Extrusion. Is extrusion too little? Well, I can, but to get like 0 info, that's a bit weird. Well, let's do 0.2. Okay, bake. Oh yeah, it was a problem with the cage. At least we got 2 rings. Those 2 rings are what exactly? I guess they are what? Let's see the UVs. 2 rings here and here, I guess. 2 faces. There are 2 faces of. Let's see. Without anything selected. or what? Yeah, two faces from this sphere, I guess. Only that. Well, I mean, only the sphere has that material applied. That's what was worrying me a bit. But I guess for the armor material, you can also add that node. You can change the name, change the color, or whatever, because it is assigned to the rest, right? So I guess no, now it won't be assigned to anything. So I guess this one used to work because, well, I need to reassign it. But let's see if we can bake two materials with different nodes. Image texture, normal map. And now, though, I need to, in the low poly one, hide the high poly. These, they have this new material. That's the gray with the armor too. Okay, so now from you to you, bake again. Maybe the cage we can make it bigger or whatever, if this does not work still. Let's see what happens now. Okay, what was that? Oh, that is pretty sick. That's amazing. Look at that. That's sick. We need to, that's a lot of info, but we need to make the cage bigger. Let me do 35, the classic. Bake again. I'm hydrating in the meanwhile. Okay. I like how these kind of triangles look, right? And this is an issue. It's like it's having trouble with the rings. Let me see the UVs. Yeah, the rings. It's probably because of the cage or something. What is going on here? It's this, basically, the sphere. It's missing another face. That's probably on top of there. Or this is this face. It's pretty sick, this face, the cross one. Okay, let's try it with... There is nothing here. There is one face. There is one face there from the sphere. It's weird that it has no info. I have two faces only with info. It's because I didn't select everything properly. Maybe because of the direction. Oh, it's because they are the faces that are making contact with the top and the bottom. The rest don't have info because the normals are probably sphere shaped and they don't need anything. They are smooth. Smooth as you can get. Let's try different cages. Maybe bigger cages. This is already kind of pretty big, I would say. But I don't know. Let's give it a try. Let's see. We can improve the yellow in there. It's probably the cages are clipping between each other because I don't know, they are contacting at some points, so I don't know if that can be fixed. Yeah, I don't see a change there. I would say that's probably good enough. Let's connect the nodes, right? For both materials, though. That's the new thing. One is the gray material and the other for low poly 15 and 06. Shoop. Okay. Hide the high poly. Hide the checker. Yeah, and you get that as if you were textured. You get the reflection too, and you get more smoothness, I would say. Well, difficult to tell. Do you really get more smoothness? Difficult to tell. Oof. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. First of all, first mistake. This should have the other material. Look, let's get an info from those two in the X there. Yeah, and that should not be the case. So the cage is indeed too big. So the thing is, shall I, even in for the low poly, add another subdivision? Yeah, the thing is, try to not. But yeah, those corners though. Well, this is kinda small anyway, but I'm proud of this thing. We were able to get it in there without texturing or anything. It has those spikes that are not ideal, to be honest, but it's the geometry we have. If we were to add one more subdivision, do you look prettier? Like a lot prettier? What? Not really, because of the bevel. Not really, because it needs a bevel, and the whole thing was try to avoid getting the bevel, so that it had less modifiers. Like, we can maybe, let's see, high poly. Let's see how the high poly. Wow, the high poly really has lots of info there. Okay, this has the correct materials, but not the other. Not the other. So the low poly, for whatever reason, this one, that one should be the armor material. You assign. Okay. And you don't need that info there. That info should not be there, mister. Maybe these ones will benefit from a smaller cage. Or maybe all of them will benefit from a smaller cage. You and you. Bake. Oh, 0.2 maybe. Big. That's probably big, because those rings really need something tiny there. What are those ridges there? That's not great, probably. Well, it has the circular dependency, right? Because I didn't disconnect them. Does that affect? Well, first of all, I probably need to clean the texture. Probably. Careful there. No, it was pretty legal. I thought I could have deleted something of the wool there. I was a little bit scared. But no. Okay. Cool. Layout. Cha-cha. Cage. Then what? Shall we do something timid like that? Oops. No. Let me get rid of the redundancy here. And the other material too. Okay. You and you. Becarino. Okay. Boom. Okay. How does that look? Still has that cross in there. And if I were to do like an ultra tiny one, like for the dangly thingies, what about that? Does that work better? Oh, okay, it kinda does. It kind of does. Preserves that's important info, and it got pretty good here. It's clipping here. I think that's kind of unavoidable, man. This is pretty clean, because those are probably the contact points here, and the cages, they are bound to connect. They will touch the other. So let's connect the nodes here for the materials. Sure. Okay, and see what info we got in the low poly. Low poly. Okay. Is the checker? Checker should not be. Okay, that's what we got. Good enough, I would say. Let me see without that. Yeah, good enough. We got this info basically, and a little bit of a rim there. And the thing is, well, if you want it round, you need to add more faces to there. There is no way around that. Okay. I can delete you. Well, I will keep you because you have the reach. Just in case. I think we will need you in the future. Okay, let's keep going. Let me get bit more energy here. Let's see. Yeah, these past few days we have had like very cloudy skies because there's a lot of, how do you say it, a lot of fires in the mountains, so we get ashes in the wind and everything. That's such. Behind this relic necklace. Okay, what else? These dangly thingies we can do, or let's do bigger parts. one is probably gonna be or need its own texture maybe. How big was this texture? I think it was 2K. I think so. I can do another for the cannon and the clamp maybe. Perhaps. Yeah, get all the cape is done, so there is no issue with that. Well, let's go from bottom to the top. So let's do the dangly thingies. Even if they're not that impressive. Well, they don't need anything, right? Because this can be actually the high poly. And we can we cannot do that rich. Dangly thingies. Hoodie straps. Shift D in object mode. Okay. Because that can be a texture, I guess. Did it add something to the silhouette? Barely. Can be a texture. If we can get it into the normals, that's a W. Well, high poly is kind of a joke, but high poly. Don't they have the checker? Okay. Yes, they do. So the low poly ones, we can delete a few ridges here. One. We can dissolve them. Well, we need one basically. So merge no, or enchunkify that one. Dissolve these two and enchunkify the other, maybe. Not ideal, but I guess that works. And here maybe we can get rid of these two. Okay. But yeah, this is a bit this is a bit too much. Here we need, if we want them to dangle, to be able to dangle around, we need more bends probably. I don't know how many bones are we gonna do here, but probably need a few more loops. Okay, that's a problem for future Coke, I would say. So let's do this real quick. To materials too. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, can they, because they can share the material, because all of the gray ones should be basically the same, the armor, but with the node for the material. And it would be better for Unity later, right? Because in Unity I need to start getting everything in there again. I'm gonna have 20 materials, so I need to probably summarize them at some point, right? And just here. Is it that material? Why does it change that much? I guess 0, 0. Okay, has a dark material, I guess. Yeah, maybe they are the same color. Yeah. Okay. Image texture and normal map. Okay. Armor. Okay. And you should probably change your name, right? Or I should create another just in case the cape or the cloak has the same one. I don't know. Just in case. And I need to reapply it later. Okay. Yeah. Now wait. For these straps, the low poly one. Let's see. Edit mode. Why does it look decent in edit but not here? That one needs to be 17. That one needs to be 16. Same for you. 16, 17. Okay. Cool. But it's the other is on top. Okay, no problem. That's all these straps. Okay. So from you, no, it was actually good. It is from you to you. Okay. Bake. Well, no. Let's see how they are unwrapped. Apply the scales first. Object mode. Apply. Where are you? Object. Apply all transforms. And you too. Okay. UVs. Dangly thingies. All these straps. The low poly ones. Selected. And edit. Select everything. Okay. That is huge. Unwrap. That is ultra huge. Yeah, let me get the cloak because we're using that as a reference for the square size. So we can use the plus signs, maybe. Oops. Scale that. Remove it to check for a plus sign. Well, I guess they are ultra tiny. Look, there is a plus sign over there. What is this exactly? I guess this one is the triangular one. Yeah, they were. These are the beads. And this is the triangle, I guess. Well, there are two in there. They can be the ropes, maybe. So, it wasn't checked already. So why are they joined by one bird? No, they were not. So that's that rope there. This one is the other. They're kind of huge. Let's see. This is the round one. The triangular one. They don't need to be big. Don't know how much can I push them there, because I guess there are spheres over there. Can get them in there, possibly. Okay, this can go. I was gonna say even here, but maybe we need to separate this at some point. I don't know. I guess they can live over here. Okay. Good. So, like that, bake. Okay. Basically, we're gonna get the ring. I guess that's it. Yeah. That thing. And what about here? We got a little bit the ring, I guess. Ah, that's the ring. Those are points of contact, I guess, with this, with the rest of the... good enough. The cage was tiny though. But I guess with that you get the info. Okay, one material done and the other, let's see, 16. Normal, normal, color, color. That's it. Okay. Hide the air quotes, high poly, LP. Shoop. Boom. Hide. Okay. Okay, okay. Let me see. Hide the checker. That's the cape for you. Okay, and I guess it's there. It's scuffed, but okay. Venga. Let's go. Dangle play, hoodie straps. Bye bye. Okay. So the cape is fine. Shoulder pad. And for the shoulder pad, yes, we need. Indeed, we need a lower poly version to keep the bevels, even though it is just for that, right? A shoulder pad, so Shift D, okay. Okay. Hide you. Okay. So the applied version. How bonkers can we go with you? Probably we can go so divide even further. We need the information there. Bevel, apply the bevel, get rid of the checker. Probably looks amazing. Okay. We need to add metallic reflections there, but okay, cool. Apply all transforms for both LP. Well, let me check, but they seem to be applied, probably. But you're never too sure. Apply, and there too, apply. Okay. Now let's check the UVs for the low poly one. Well, the low poly is indeed kind of low poly. It's indeed kind of low poly. I guess. Guess you can make that a little bit rounder so that it looks a little bit better, because yeah, we can apply one. Let me see how that looks better. The other one was fine, but we're not in mobile game territory. I don't want to be in that territory. Bevel, hide that. Okay. And now let me unwrap the low poly. L. No, all. Unwrap. All. Unwrap. Okay. Checker. Oof. Ah, okay. Got scared for a minute. Shall I gridify this? Perhaps. You are the missing faces. I remember. I can put you almost everywhere, anywhere. Tiny parts, let's keep them together. Okay, let's try to figure out this puzzle. Okay. Is that still legal? Can start stacking things in there. Let's see. This will make it look more like what it is, right? So keep it over here. Are you what I thought you are? Yes. Okay. That looks more like what it is. And what are you? The lower part. Okay. Can you live over there? And what are you? The chunkiest one. Maybe I should unwrap you again. Maybe I should have never cut there. Clear seam, unwrap again, L, unwrap again, still cut, or here. Okay, L, unwrap. Okay, can I gratify you or is it a crime? No. Okay. Maybe I should do it the other way around. How far can I get into here without destroying anything? That's a question. Tetris. These are the, yeah, I know what you are. That armor piece, right? That armor part. Could have put you closer to there, right? Should have done that probably. Yeah, maybe this shoulder thing should be more to the right if you can. Well, I guess it's fine. I was gonna say just so, well, the organization kinda makes or looks like the final model in a way. Doesn't have to, but okay, legal enough. Legal enough. Okay. Back to layout. Okay. So from high to low. Checking the legality. Kinda. Okay. How many materials does this one? Shoulder pad. Okay. I will change the color. Copy. Delete that. Can you make it more metallic? So probably it's for the best. Image texture. Armor. Okay. Normal map. And keep it like that. Okay. So Bakerino. Okay, we got something there. I don't know, these dots, are those dots okay? Are they legal? What are these lines? The cage was kinda tiny. Well, they are gonna be points where they contact, I guess. So let's see what we got in there. our computers vibe. Let's see. Object mode without the checker. How do you look? What's there? Oh, what is that? And the other one is not there. Oh. What? It was looking decent enough, but something happened there. It was kinda decent, but what is this? Let's see in the UVs. Oh, are those? They are stuck in. Why? Oh, okay. What is going on here? I guess they are part of the same object. What is this? What are you? You as a face. Where do you belong? May use the arrows. What are you? You're part of the rim there. You too, I guess. And you? Why did you unwrap like that? So peculiar, let's say. And what else happened here? Here, I guess this is still a bit, it's probably stuck in, right? On top of the others or something. Wrap. We have two faces there, still overlapping. Critify. So, what are you then? you. Okay. It's because you got. Okay, these ones are stacking because of that pole or something. Can I select you both and unwrap you again or something? Okay. Can I do that for this ring? So, and that is peculiar. Let's say unwrap. Okay, and you without this arrow. Can I you and you align? Oof. SY0. GG, I guess. And GG. Something like that. And I should probably clean the texture. Let's see. For the most part it was kind of decent, I would say. Oh no, this isn't this bleeding. This bled, right? A little. Okay, now it should be okay, and it kind of works too. It kind of works. Well, let's save. You know, always a good thing to do. Layout. Disconnect this to avoid the redundancy. With everything applied, you to you, Bakerino. Okay. W. Let's see what we get in there. I mean, this part of the process might be a little bit slow. We're getting power in there, but I don't know. Finished. Those little dots though, would you consider them legal? They are the parts that are kinda roundish, right? Let's see, connect this. Color. What are those glitches? What is going on there? guess you get a little bit still in there. Those are the glitches. So maybe we can make the cage a bit bigger. Or a lot bigger. Well, redundancy. No. Okay. You and you. Bake. Okay. Oops. I don't know if that worked. I guess it did, right? Just gonna do it again just in case. Because it's free. Let me still in the texture. Maybe that glitch is there no more. Let me get rid of that. Connect it. Let's have a look all around. Okay, seems better. Get a little issue there, right? But that's kind of, well, you can separate, maybe for the bake you can separate those objects, and you get issues here too because of the difference in geometry, I guess. Not ideal. Not ideal. Well, how does the geometry look? Is it too illegal? Well, it's kinda simple enough. I don't know. Good enough, but it has glitches. Kinda cool with the metallic material. Okay, well, let's keep it for now at least. Delete. Okay. So let's keep going. The cannon is missing, and I never did the cannon. Don't you be hiding from me. Ah, the cannon is part of the body. Oof. Oof. I probably need to separate it. And I know how I'm gonna do it. It's because I needed to hold the shape, but I will use this part for it to hold the shape probably. Or kinda complicated, but here, how did I do it here? I use this part to hold the shape. Well, the shape that needs a rework anyway. But yeah, I guess I can get that ring, can keep that ring attached to the body and separate the rest. Perhaps. And I need to do the little lens here. That's probably not gonna be. How can we do it with that shape already? Can we select something here? Faces 1, 2, and extrude that, duplicate that, and do an S0 or something. I don't know why does it look that bad in edit mode, man. In edit mode. Color opacity. It's like it had an ultra X-ray there. Maybe here for the body I selected. Revisibility. I don't know. So Shift D, keep it there, and I probably do like, well, first of all, shall I separate it? But probably no. S, XX, YY, CC. I wanna flip it, but it does not have. Does not have a normal, right, coordinate, well, axis. X minus 1, no. Well, I can rotate, maybe here. Rotate on the Z-axis 180. Rotate on the need a P, separate that. Yeah, that's the issue with the APOs, right? If you lose. Set origin there. Okay, select and flip the normals. Okay, and I need it to be a glass material, right? In a way. It is the lens from the Canon. Let's see how it looks. There. So it has a hole behind, for example, and let's make it a transparent red yellowish material or orange. So maybe we can make the material well, for this part does not need the canon orange. Edit. Okay. Can only remove it in object mode, I guess. It's only for... Okay. Create a new material. It's gonna be orange. It's gonna be... Let me see it first. Remove the checker. Okay. It has to be kinda transparent, but very reflective like the eye. So low roughness, IOR. Okay, that's cool. Alpha. I guess that's the transparency, right? It's not metallic. Will it help? I guess for glass you only do that, right? How does that look? And the checker is still there, kinda. Well, it possibly needs more faces in there. Or better geometry, because... Yeah, probably better topology, because this last face... You can see it there, right? Because that weird shape it has. Let me edit. Yeah, this is a very peculiar shape. Delete face. Shall I straight up? Well, you can do a grid fill or you can do merge at center. Let's see what looks best. Oof, yeah, this is not gonna help. Do you have a bevel modifier? Maybe that was the issue, eh? Because all those bevel weights there, they won't help. The thing is, I don't have the vertical here, sadly. So I cannot do GC or something. That kinda worked. Maybe because it was just created, so it had that normal direction there. Sucks to not be able to snap. Let's see. The checker. And there needs to be a hole in the cannon, I guess. So that face needs to be gone. And be beveled there. Delete face. Okay. the lens in front. Or you can keep the face but make it dark, for example. Does it have more alpha or something? Roughness 0. It does. It's better if it's not. It does not look like a mirror. Not that much of a mirror. And this might be interesting, but can make Blender explode too. I don't know. Or Canon lens. How to make a glassy material in Blender? There is a glass BSDF. Glass BSDF. But for Canon lens. So Canon lens. Glass BSDF. Okay. Don't know if we need that or the other. I remember using that for and you don't get a little bit of alpha here. Not really. Then I don't know. I need to be able to see what's behind it. I don't want a mirror, I want a glass. Let me see. Glossy. So it's mixing glossy and refraction. Okay. It's making it with, glossy. fraction. So you can see it's mixing, mix shader. Mix shader. Okay. And it's doing something Fresnel. To get the IOR. Okay. And you connect that shader to surface. Okay. I guess you have to play with that. So 1.45. Mm-mm. 0.5. No, 0. He has those nodes switched. Let me see. Mm-mm. So glossy GGX, roughness 0.5, I guess. So in Beckman and the same thing. Okay. It is the same. 1.5. Roughness 0. So indeed it was 1.5. 1.5. I don't think it's gonna be that much of a difference, but and you can switch them to reflection and gloss. The thing is, I don't see, cannot see through. Maybe you need to be here for it to work. And I don't know if I was changing to EV. Maybe it has to be in cycles. Yeah, but we are not gonna be doing cycles. If it works, it works. Yes, but okay, let me change the color at least to orange. Okay, but we don't get alpha though. Okay, well, whatever. Let's keep it like that for now. Okay, what else? So for the body, for the cannon, the clamp, and probably the head, we can do a new texture. don't know, the body though. Do we need to unwrap the body? Probably not, right? I don't know. Well, the pants have. Shall it benefit from something? From a bevel or something? The body has indeed bevels and subdivisions. Is it from, let me see, is it only from, no, it has bevels there. I can separate the pants and the cannon maybe. Let's hide the body. Keep going. So what about you? You're a bit problematic even because, well, so the chompers, no, these ones first. These ones are not problematic. What do you have in there? A solidify and a bevel. Okay. Apply everything. Trade off that. Okay. Have you been unwrapped even? Let's see. How do you look here? Yeah, the low poly version is just a plain, so yeah, you have been unwrapped. So first of all, let me apply transforms for you and for you, just in case. Okay, what else? Unwrap, okay. I can gradify you, but I don't hate the shape. Okay. I think I have here I have the dangly thingies. I don't know how much do they occupy though. And I don't know if I can stack you in there. It's probably a stretch, right? Let's just keep you here. Or so that we know what you are a bit better. And keep you there. Okay. Is the checker decent enough? Let's see the cape. I would say, oh, it's kinda big. So they need to be bigger. I mean, I can rotate you. Not ideal to know what you actually are, but you can fit. It's probably a better idea to do the, as I said, right? The eyes separate. I can still do, well, maybe the helmet is not gonna fit here. Well, it's half the helmet. Let me create a new image. Save this one. Create a new one. New. Okay. Okay. Times 2. And this part. It's kinda rough. A little bit rough to bake this much. That would be for face clamp. Cano. Okay. New image. Okay. Now we have more freedom. Are you the top one? Yes. Okay. Let's keep going. So, lips, eyelids. Join the material. Create a new one. Okay, delete that. The visor one we don't need. Okay. Same. Search. Image texture and mix. Sorry. Normal map. And needs to be the new texture. Yeah, that's what I was checking. Okay. Face and the clamp. And I need to change this to right to there. Okay. The other image was saved. Okay. Expect that. So from high poly to low. Macarino. Okay, there it is. Connected. And hide the high poly one. Hide the checker tool. Let's see what we got there. What? Oops. No solidify and no bevel then. I think we need to rebake. Okay. Is that legal? Well, it had the redundancy there, I guess. I don't think it's gonna change, right? It does not. Does it work though? Maybe. Oof. It's not even solidified. No. That's too much. That is too much. Maybe you can get rid of the bevel, right? But this needs a solidify and it needs probably a subdivision too. So let's see. Well, we have the one there with the, see? Okay, there it is. Solidify. Yeah, I think it's needed. Apply that. And maybe the bevel you can get rid of in the low poly one. The high poly one, maybe for the high poly one you can even apply a subdivision there and get those, benefit from those normals. Yes. Apply 2 in there. That way you get a better looking surface. Okay, and with that one you go to the low one and then you can bake. Okay, remove the redundancy there. And in the render, Bakerino. Oof. What he done? I'm not sure. Maybe I need to make the cage bigger for this, right? Let me check. Bake. I get a decent extrusion here. 0.2. Maybe it will only clip here on the sides. It's gonna be hidden anyway by the medallions. The medallions we really need to bake too. We need to create the person thingy, the person shape. Maybe with our new brushes. What's going on there? Didn't work. Baking. It didn't change. And why would that be? And if I were to do 35, doesn't work either, right? But why would that be the case? Yeah, I don't see a change. Maybe it's, I don't know. And if I do something tiny, what? Oof. No. No. I didn't say anything there. Good sir. Have a nice day. Okay, I guess that's the best you can do. Let me check the UV unwrapping because now it's possibly different. Because the low poly now has been solidified, right? Wrap. It's similar though, but how can that be the case? Because it is stacking, but it should not be stacking, right? Maybe that's the mistake. Well, maybe, not maybe, that is probably the mistake. So, select that, mark as a seam, right? And on the sides, you need to cut the face. Can we shift H? Mark seams, and maybe here on the inside. Mark seam. This face is here. Which ones have I done over there? Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now all unwrap. Gradify. Okay. That's better. Maybe now we can get more info. Let's see. Clean that. It's a neutral color. Okay. Do that again. Let's see. From high to low. There. Alt H. Ew. Okay, bake that. Okay, that's different. That is different. Is it better though? Well, who knows? Hide the high poly. You can still tell. Why is it that noticeable? Because I did Alt H, so everything here is visible. Okay. Hide that. Okay. So well, I don't know what to tell you. Still has. That is not great. It shouldn't be that pointy. That thing. It should be ultra smooth. I guess both have all transformations applied, of course. Right. Shall we do? I don't think so, but did not change. Is it that some of those birds are like too tight in there or something? I don't know. Can we get a better result with just one subdivision and that normal map? Just one. Possibly. Yeah. And does it go? No, it keeps the shape kind of okay. Is it too high poly of a mesh or something? Yeah, it kind of is. Oh, sorry, that's the that was the literal high poly. This is the one. No, that is fine. It is kind of legal. No, it's still scuffed over there. Does it hold the shape? Becomes pretty tiny. I don't know, man. I am not an enjoyer. Why would that be the case? That's sharp of an edge there. This one you cannot. This one is too high poly. You cannot keep that one. And this one without anything. If I do shade smooth, Was it ever shaded smooth? It needs to be non-color, right? How was it? Linear flat? Why doesn't it let me choose that? The non-color thingy? Let me compare it. Do I need to choose? Let me see. We compare it against wall. Single image, right? Non-color. Linear flat. Repeat. Single image, non-color. Single image. Sorry. Single image. Non-color. Now it's better. It does not have. It got fixed. Maybe. Well, I don't see that sharp of an edge. Okay. Cool. Tanko. Okay. Keep hiding things. Fixed, 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 fixed. Fixed, fixed, fixed. Have I ever done the armor? I don't think so. Fixed, fixed. I think I never did that. These are fixed. Sheesh. And you're done too. Okay. Okay. It's just to close armor. Is it unique, right? Yeah, okay. So close armor. Shift D. Okay. everything. Remove the checker. And if you want more subdivisions, you can get them here. Maybe do one for good measure if you want. Play one more. Okay, and you get saved there. And here, maybe I will do in the other image. I will save you here in the armor one. I don't know if we have enough space. Maybe because it's cut in half. So the mirror I need to hide, I think. No, I need to keep it. The bevel I need to get rid of. The solidify. Let me see the difference. Can probably get rid of it because at least I will disable it. The subdivisions we probably need them. Yeah, at least one, right? Otherwise we lose too much info. Okay. Here it has the chest hair though, right? Covers a bit. And I have the lower lips there. Okay. Let's see. Shall I remove? I don't know. Less than this. Was kinda too low poly, right? Maybe not. Like that. Yeah, that's even clipping there. And you can reposition everything, but nah. Apply one subdivision. Really need to crank it up to make it stitch. I don't know. Yeah, that was a bit too much. Okay. In the back. Start stitching over here. Think we're fine. Okay. Yubis. Armor. All unwrap. Okay. Gratify. Something is overlapping there. I think it's the pouch in the back. But for the most part, I think this fits here, so little W. Maybe I'm not able to retrieve it from there. They are part of the same thing, I guess. Right? This is the part that's detached over here. Let me show you. Cloak. It's not really detached. Then why did Gratify behave so aggressively there? Let me see. Yes, sometimes Gratify is not the best idea. Can I do L Gratify with the tissue there? It's because every time you get a pull, right? Probably that's the issue. And rectify. If I do rectify. Well, maybe it's not that illegal. It's a bit peculiar. How did it look before? No, I don't hate it. And you? Rectify. If you're not suffering too much, I'm fine. Yeah, maybe that's even rougher for you. Okay. Compare against the cloak. Okay. And you? What about you? Okay. Is it legal to make it smaller though? Well, he has the cloth there, so maybe it is. Okay. So now, same thing as always. Cloth armor, low poly, image, armor, linear flat, non-color, okay. And you, the ultra subdivided. Okay. That's it. And what now? The mirror and the solidify is not taken into account. Okay, so make a Reno. All right. Wasn't paying attention there, but maybe, yeah, we got a lot of info there. Okay, I guess that's good enough. Let me see, how do you look? That's pretty cool. Does not even have the solidify there, but kinda works. Maybe you have to do something. Maybe you have to make it smaller with the solidify though. Don't know if that works. I guess without it kinda works. Resizing though, resizing might be necessary. Okay, cool. Bye bye. Cloth armor, low poly. Okay. Might require a little, at least squeeze it like, I don't know. No, just probably push a few birds, because otherwise you probably will destroy the shape. Okay. These chompers though, they probably need even a bit more roundness in there. The helmet. Holy flipperino, eh? Holy flipperino. This is a lot of work. A lot of work to get rid of 1 or 2 modifiers per part. Well, if you, once you have it unwrapped, you can go bananas with it, right? And you can do the occlusion too. And this, well, if you're gonna do a game or something, it's probably really appreciated by the computers of everybody. But holy flip. think I'm gonna do a second bathroom break. We are back. I'm back. White cat, smooth brain. Indeed. Holy flip. The bakery. The bakery. Bakery, my beloved. Let me see. We need to UV unwrap whether we want it or not for this, because we need the person thingy. We need the person. Get rid of the checker. So let's do this one first. Person medallion. Shift D. Keep it there. Shift D again. Okay. Ultra HD. HP. HP. Okay. So this we preserve over here. I don't know, I guess you need to find a balance between low poly and scuffed. It needs to be, well, high quality, not scuffed. I guess the better you are, right? The better you are, the easier it is to see what's worth it to keep, what is not. Okay. Apply for the person medallion ultra H quality. Does it have a bevel or something? No, it has smooth by angle. That only smooths the normals though. Probably needs a bevel to be able to survive the subdivisions though, or not. No, that was able to take it properly. But to be able to sculpt the guy in there, well, I can create a floater too, right? Can create a floater geometry, or subdivide it a lot and directly carve it in there. Both are legal, I guess. Let me see how this looks. That's still not enough to carve anything there. But I guess you can. Yeah, we don't need the smooth if we're gonna subdivide this like crazy. Okay. That center though. Center is resisting to be subdivided. Let me save. Computer was suffering a little. Okay, is that sheesh? Okay, I guess that is enough to carve the person, right? Have a reference there. Shift D, RC 45 minus. Do you even exist? Do you even exist? RC 180. Oops. That was not it. I need you. Shift D, C 45. Rotate C 45. Where is it? Oh, oops. Maybe IG inside instead. RC 45 minus. Okay. Do I get to see the person there? Not really. Well, kinda. kinda. Do I get a better view? Yeah. Probably need to clean this eventually, right? Eventually could be right now. Okay. I was thinking something that's simple. Probably even better to make it as a floater instead, because that circle is not gonna be fun to make anyway. Person medallion. First of all, have I really got rid? No, I didn't get rid of anything here. So select Shift D in object mode. Okay. So you are the HP now. The ultra HP. That is not really gonna be ultra HP. Let's create the person. It's a cylinder probably. 2 cylinders. Or not really. Doesn't have to be 2. Let me see. Oops. I don't really know what happens there. Has happened to me. I think you activate and deactivate collections, the visibility of collections. I press 1, 2, 3 and that happens. I don't know why. But I think that's what you do. You deactivate the visibility of collections. I wanted to press 3 but in edit mode, right? To select the faces and get rid of them. Or I can select the edges, extrude from both faces though. Even you, edges, and it selects everything. Now you as a rim and you as a rim. Extrude, resize. Not maybe individual origins, right? That's it. And now there was a way to create that hollow thingy. But well, for now, I guess if you were to do SC, you kinda do it. But there is, I think you can bridge faces or something. Oof. I need to extrude from them. And use the, maybe keep them there. And now resize. I think you have to bridge them or something, or merge at center, or merge at center. Will that work for all the yeah, no, bridge faces. Let's see, let me think. Extrude faces. Bridge faces, there it was. Okay, it works. Creates those loops we don't need, right? I guess you as a rim and you can get dissolved. Solve edges. Okay, W. We got a person head. And we need the body. It's gonna be a plane. Okay, so plane, rotate 90. Okay, and from here you need to extrude twice, or probably better ways to do it. Let me see. Can I align you and you? They are part of the same object, right? You should not. L, P, selection. There. Set origin to. Okay, and you align. Object transform. Align. Select to active. Okay. GUX. Okay, cool. I needed a little bit of a refresher. The bakery, the activity in the bakery was getting a bit hot in the bakery. Okay. I think the head is pretty big, and yeah, let's do it. Rotate it so we can see that. Well, let's get the general. Oh no, I did the same thing with the collections again. Okay. From that edge you can extrude with symmetry maybe. I don't think that's gonna work. Maybe you can do two extrusions and align them, and from here you can add a loop and extrude again. From there maybe. Okay. You can probably solidify or something. So select everything, you and you, rotate on the y-axis 90 degrees. Would have been nice of you to rotate at the same time. Rotate y 90 minus. Okay. It has no neck. So that face, bye bye. And it kinda connects to the face. Like these arms are not really so let's separate them again. Okay, yeah, can I separate it maybe with B or something? Selecting that edge with B. Alt B. Oh, okay. They were indeed separated. Something like that. We will get rid of the other side and mirror. Add a solidify. Mirror. Yeah, like that. And a solidify. Pretty chunk. Not that. Okay. Let me see. Get rid of one side. Hard to see what's going on. Solidify. Okay. Read that face. And here. Or just extrude. A little. Something like that. Sorta, kinda, sorta. Maybe this wider. Okay. Maximum value we have here. Unbelievable. No new file, no. Edit, select, Alt 10, flip. Okay. And recalculate. Edit, select all, recalculate, outside. Okay. It's more like it. Maybe we can get rid. Well, we can get rid of all of that. That's center there. And this all fetch. That's not really seem to work, to want to work. Pretty cursed geometry is happening there. They are flipping to the other side. This should be the other way around. Like that. Maybe not. It shouldn't be that difficult, but it is. Merge everything again, solidify like a decent person, like a good boy. I probably selected something that I should have not selected there. Okay. The others seem fine, but okay. Those seem okay. And you cannot do that. Oh. Wonderful song, wonderful song. Where you be at? Okay. Maybe I need to separate to solidify. That was affecting other things. There, only you. Solidify. With everything applied, right? That's peculiar. Nope. Even thickness? Nope. Flip. Okay. I cannot not extrude this either. Oh no. How is something so... Oh, the fattening. Banana said the fattening. How was it? With Alt something. F maybe? Alt F. Control Alt F. You know, in edit probably or something. Now that's fill. Oh no. Let me see. Shrink fatten. Alt S. Alt S. Alt S. Here. Alt S. So onion. How can this be? If I extrude from every face. What will happen? I extrude. Okay, that's legal. So I will do both at the same time. You and you. Extrude. Okay. And you extrude however you can. So I guess that's why the solidify modifier worked in that scuffed way. Because it is what it is. Where we only need the general shape to create. So I guess this is fine. Why are you rotated to? Well, okay, recalculate outside. No recalculation of the outside. Pressing 3, man. If I do 0 or something, do I reveal all the... One, two, three, 0. Okay, edit mode. Maybe there is no face here. But I extruded, right? I extruded from a plane. Why is there not a face here? I mean... Okay. That works. is x minus 1 at least. At least that's gonna be making contact. Maybe these faces can go a bit more to the front. Sure. Okay. Decent enough, I guess. That touches the plate. Okay, needs to have a tinier body, probably something like that. So these faces go up a bit. GG. There. Okay. Cool. So Joe and Joe and Joe. Control J. Okay, edit. Select all, recalculate outside. That would be Alt10. Okay. Now you're fine again. Resize you. Rotate you. And you object align selected to active transform. Okay. Rotate. No, only you. Rotate. Y 90. Rotate C. Okay, need to resize you. GC. Okay. So I guess this qualifies as floater geometry. I don't know if they need to have that flat face on the I think so, right? On the last face, basically. You need to grab all of that and make it wider, so that, for example, let me see the face thingies. You can try to carve a boolean with this, but it's not gonna be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. The faces for the thingies were basically to carve a hole, and it was the opposite to that geometry. So here, let me see the face, knee face. How did they look like? Okay, so I need to delete the top face and extrude to the outside, basically. Okay, got it. So delete this and that ring. Okay, those faces. Well, we have a little issue here. Can I Alt B G basically to merge you and you together. So move that over there, delete the center, not the birds, basically. Birds, delete. Oof. Well, maybe it's for the best. And I bridge from here to there. Bridge from here to there. To there. Bridge. Okay. The 3, man, the 3. I always think I'm in edit mode and selecting faces. I don't know if there is a way to avoid that. Edit 3. Flip that and flip it. Okay. Anything else? Does this check out? Okay. This interior faces. Bye bye. We don't need you. Bye bye. Okay. And do we still have an edge here, or really need to knife that? In case it wasn't, if it only was one face, it was gonna be problematic in the future. Okay. Everything seems kind of legal. I guess maybe here can delete this too. Ah! Oh my god. I keep pressing 3. Okay. Yeah, and you too, to be fair. I don't know if you really need to. Maybe it's enough if you push them over there. Like something like that. Like you don't need to perfectly have that shape in there. We can make it, but maybe we can skip it. I don't know. Depends on the blender power. Is it blender powerful enough to understand a Koukei? A fried Koukei? That's a lot of power. I'm not sure blender can handle that. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to. You cannot GG outside your confines there, and you cannot GC because you know, and this is ultra. Oh, you can GX. We still preserved at the local axis. W. Okay. So now from the last rim, that's the issue when they are not the same, right? Extrude, precise. That's kind of scuffed. How do those faces look? I think we need to flip it. What happened here? So if you were to extrude that, right, extrude that in place. Will that just work like that? I don't know. Let me create the node thingies for the face, right? Can I copy the nodes from one to another? Probably. Well, let me look for it. Probably faster. Let me see. Flow, water, geometry. Okay. So everything that's on the inside should be gray, not red. Okay, let me see the and the material. Maybe there is a material for the floaters, right? Canon. Helmet. It's not called faces or anything. Let me see. I will look it up. Knee face material. Knee face. What material do you have? Only knee face. Material 001. Okay, I will join it. So for you, Mr. Person, oof. Person, okay. Material 001. Really need to fix the rest. You. There it is. With that special setup. Why is there C fighting? Probably because we have the high poly there. Okay. Let me see how the faces should be. Okay, the origin at the bottom is to snap it to the face. So I guess the inside needs to be completely clean. So you need to invert this. Okay. Oof. Okay, edit. So can I merge at last or something? Well, I can merge the birds, I guess. Merge at last, first. Okay. I guess you can subdivide these two, right? And merge there, and here you can do the same. Subdivide, okay, and you merge together. Ah, you merge at last. At last we merge. Here it's complicated. We're inside wireframe. Merge at first, okay, and we can get rid of a face. Delete that face, and we have to bridge this differently. You bridge, okay, and the same here. We can mirror that, perhaps. Don't know if it's gonna work, but we can try. Let me see. How do you look? Solid. Okay. Let me see. Will the mirror work? Yes. Okay. Hide you. Delete everything that's to the left. Sheesh. Object. Edit. Yeah, I'm having trouble with the edit mode being transparent. It's kind of difficult for me to guess what's going on. Okay, and here delete those birds, and that's it, right? Okay, mirror. Okay, apply. In object mode, apply. Okay. Oops. Look. This is not solved. So don't you be applying that fast. Okay. Get rid of that and fix this. Edit. you and you, you and you, subdivide, right? Not really. You and you, subdivide, you and you, subdivide. Okay, so you and you merge at last. You and you merge at last. Okay, you and you merge at last. And that's it, right? Are you legal now? Object. Do I need to fix this? Maybe, but we can apply and fix now. Merge at center, merge at center, right? And I think that should be it, right? Object mode, solid, pretty solid person indeed there. Okay, save. So to be able to fuse it onto the other, how? Because we did that for the knees. For the knees, how did we bake that info there? How did we bake that info? These two faces could be deleted. Oof. Okay. Well, delete them and bridge new ones. There, F, and you, F. Okay, that's it. Let's see. Let's see how can I bake it. Bake floaters. Okay. Okay, selected active. Oh, we need to make a cage. A cage with the object you want as low poly, I guess. And will that are you satisfied with that? It's a low poly object, I guess. So you delete the person medallion high poly. Let me see. Is this good enough? Main. Would benefit from a subdivision, all right, perhaps. Or maybe we do that with this one, the high poly one. Smooth triangle is whatever. This is for the okay. Let me apply this subdivision and let's do the cage. And the cage needs to be done with the low poly, I guess. Is that too rough? Yeah, that's too rough. Apply one subdivision. Apply. I guess that is legal. That subdivision. We can get rid of that middle one too. Extrude this soft edge. Yeah, that's not necessary. And here that is not necessary either. And then, well, it is what it is. Okay, with that low poly thing, I can shift D in object mode, shift D, keep it there. Could be low poly cage. And we need it to resize, right? Apply the transforms of them both. Let's see. Cage. Delete this. N. Apply transform. Object apply. All transforms. And you too. Apply all transforms. Okay. Now the cage. You need to rescale it. Set origin to center of mass. The problem is that it has that little. Let's see if we can. Has to cover that completely, right? Okay, and it is 0.825 in the baking. So that would be 0.225. Okay. Okay, so the person, the cube, and the cage, and bake. Right. Well, first of all, let me see. Let me see the UVs, because I was about to destroy the texture. Person LP. Okay. Person LP. Unwrap. Well, all unwrap. Oof. What is that? Quads! Did you learn a lot over there? How are you doing? How was your afternoon over there? Did you enjoy it? At least you got out of home, you were there with your colleagues there, okay? Was it good? Was it good? Baking a lot here. The bakery has been baking non-stop here. You might have skipped ID. Skipped ID in which sense? Ah, you might have skipped it. You didn't go to Thai boxing. You stayed home. Or you went outside just for a walk or something. How was it? How was it? You did a 4-hour. Oh, you were trimming. You were trimming armor core. That's a W. Okay, I like that. Cause you get to rest. Well, probably your heart rate probably goes up, right? You're getting less ranks. You know, well. But it is fine. I liked that game. I was surprised. I thought, well, whenever I listen about it, it seemed like it was very American-like maybe too occidental for me. But it has a good balance. The mechs look pretty cool. They are ultra fast and the weapons are solid. I liked it. I didn't expect to like it, but I did. Yeah. And you were a pro. It was good to watch. Yes. W. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that trim. Yes. Okay, only that little thing, that's the important thing. That is the important thing. And the rest, well, the rest is because I never got to cut it right, possibly. You almost had it 100%. Then your cloud save got lost, so you had to start over. And I was thinking, was it because you break the other PC? Was the data stored there locally or something? I probably need to check if my files are being properly stored because I never checked. I hope they are all in the cloud because when I delete a game, I do it very happily, and I'm not sure I should be doing it like that. Should not affect cloud. Yeah, but if you have it there, right? But did you have it over there? To get the checker there. Checking with the checker. So it is stored by default on the cloud or not? I hope that's the case. I'm a bit scared storing things over here. There is no info. Here I know there are all the strings. There is no info, but there could be info. Maybe, yeah, just change here. Cookie. Cloak, no. Well, in the cloak, do I have... I guess this is a 4K texture, so... I guess this is still legal. Okay. So how many missions do you have left to do? Oh, what? Why is this? Why is it so big? It is so big because it's the cage, right? It is the cage, not the real one. That is the cage for sure. Like 60. You have done 21. There's so many missions. Well, you told us there were like 2 different endings, right? At least 2 secret endings or something. So maybe there is a lot of story in there. You have done 21 S's. Yes. Those are lots of S's there. That was it. Oops. The interior face you can even delete, right? Yeah, I think so. That one we can delete. Delete faces. Yes. 3 different stories to play through. Oh, different characters, you mean, too? Or you get the protagonist and you do 3 main storylines. You're still you, but the story is different. Okay. It depends on your choices or something. Maybe if you do X, if you decide to do one thing or the other, you get a different result in there. I hope there is nothing over there. I think because we have the faces there, maybe we have the rest of the faces unwrapped over there, but I think we don't have anything here. Because this is still ultra legal. This one should never be unwrapped. Okay, and now what? You go to layout, you select the normal, the person, the normal, and the cage. And well, this one needs the texture, image texture, and normal map, I think. And I need the cloak image there. Okay. Oops. Let's create a new material just in case. Join the color, new, paste that, delete that. Normal Maperino and person medallion, the person and the cage. Bake, switch to cloak here. Let's see if we get something there. Bakery with the correct value. Bake. Let's see if it works. It didn't work. Theoretically it's saved, but oh, oops. It's saved there, but it, well, I mean, that's great. It got that info there, but I mean, that face should not exist, should not be unwrapped. Well, I guess. I guess I can stack the cage with the other. Clean this just in case. Just in case it was done before. We don't need this side. And the other should be stacked the other side. At least it works. It works. Okay. So then for the cage, select the cage, right? In UV editing, what is this? What is this messy mesh? That is the person, right? This is the UV unwrapping of the person, I guess. It's terrible and I don't want to look at it, but okay. So that face we don't need. I guess it's part of the cage. It needs to be somewhere, I guess. This should be stuck there. Can I, selecting them both, can I do gridify? Probably works, but it's probably gonna, can I do a line or something? Stuck. Oh, W, stuck. And L, U and U. Can select you both and stuck. U and U, stuck. Okay, and the person, well, the person, it's never been, it's unwrapped there, but well, I'm gonna make it ultra tiny and hide it over there, but it's not needed really. Okay, so person, LP and cage, and we bake. Now it should be there where it should, and maybe we get the artifact there, but we clean it. Oh no. Oh no. Why is that the case? Why is that the case? I didn't touch anything here. Selected the floater, the original and the cage, right? Should be like that. Oh no. Unwrapping this, moving the person should not be it. Deleting the other face should not be it. Stacking those should not be a problem. From selected to active to the cage. I don't know. I was expecting here to get the glitch that I could clean afterwards. What's this? It's not connected anyway, so if I try it the other way around, what happens if I do that? Will it work? Not really. Oops. Or something like that. Oh no. Oh no. Well, at least if we go back, we can make it work. Yeah, no problem, Quets. Rest well. Rest well. Yes. Not gonna be here for long though. Yes. Have a good night sleep, okay? Yes. See you tomorrow. Good night. LPKH and L. Let's see. This thingy. How is this possible? Oh no. They are stacked, but I mean, you could do it the other way around. If I were to move. Last time it worked like this. Oh no. What if I try to go back? Yeah, the texture is never gonna change. Doesn't matter how much you go back. So yeah, redo everything if you can. Okay, it is inside there. Proportional, yeah. The cage is the proper one. I think you don't need to select cage, you just need to do. Maybe we can try the other way, like specifically stating cage and cage object. Let's try that. like that. Cage object U. Okay, that way you don't need extrusion, and you do person to LP, or the other way around perhaps. Okay, and now we try baking that and see what happens. Let's see if we can make that one work. Invalid cage object. The cage mesh must have the same faces as the mesh. Faces, right? Faces? Because I think that's it. The same number of faces. That's it. That's why I messed up. Because I deleted one face in the original. You remember? I went into here, H, and I deleted this back face. Oops. Where he be at? Okay. Edit mode. Let's see. Select this thingy. Edit mode. Select the outer rim. And do I have the middle bird? No. Then you need to extrude maybe. Stop. Merge at center. That's it. Okay. That way it should have the same number, right? Then you can maybe do the person thingy. I don't know if they only need to be the same number, right? Object mode, person medallion, and the cage. You don't do cage here, and bake. Let's see what happens. We probably get the artifact now. Okay. Not ideal. Scaffarino, but if we do cage with the cage and do person and person medallion, what? Is this legal now? Invalid cage still. Oops. Yeah, I messed up even with the restoration there, right? Let me see how that looks then. GX. It's basically the same as I just did. Ah, look. It's missing a few, like 1, 2, 3, 4. These are quads. They are all quads. Okay, I get it. So hide the cage, and in the medallion, instead of doing what I did there, ship cage, I need to get rid of a few of these. Which ones though? Okay. Okay, this one that's vertical. Okay. So you for all of this. Okay, dissolve edges. Okay, now it should be legal, right? Perhaps. I hope so. Big cage and person. Let's do it like this so we can detect the problem. Bake. Is it a legal cage now? I think it is. Yeah, it is baking. Okay, we get the weird person there. Okay. Now, without the cage. Without the cage, with an extrusion, you do person and control and bake. Let's see if is it better now. Oof. Let's delete the cage then. Delete the cage and create a new one. From this, I don't know what's going on here. Why does it look so peculiar? Let me check the orientations or something. They might be scuffed. No, maybe they are fine. A little bit weird, but maybe it's because it is not properly UV unwrapped, because we created a new face out of nowhere, right? That one is that, and here unwrap. No, we don't need to unwrap that one, but this back face though, right? Can we unwrap this? There was a way. Faces, I think. You unwrap and you do something, whatever to. No, you don't need to do that complicated one. Just whatever. Minimum stretch. Okay. And unwrap again. Oops. Well, I guess. Yeah, the arrows. Select that. Unwrap. Well, I guess we can do it like this too. I marked those seams, right? Why is it like this? Do I have two borders here? Oof. What is going on there? That one was mark as seam, right? Clear seam. Mark seam. L unwrap. Okay. And I guess we didn't cut on a side. seam. Arc seam. Just with this. And wrap. Okay. What? Why is this being so messy, man? I don't know. I guess. Okay. Which one is the proper one? Okay, that one. Put it like over there. Clean everything around. And the rest. Okay, this one is non-existent. Can put it there, but has no info. And these ones do. They do have info. Can place them over here, perhaps. Okay, something like that. And clear everything. Now let's go. Okay. Layout. Same thing. No, we need to create a cage. Object, apply all transforms. Object mode, Shift D. You let it rest. You resize the new one. Okay. Till it covers everything. Okay. And 0.788. 0.788. I don't know if you need to apply transforms then or not. But you do person, medallion, and bake. And let's see if it works. It worked. It flipping worked. Okay. W. Maybe we got a bit some artifacts there. Maybe it worked. We don't get. We kinda get a little bit of info there of the body. It's pretty subtle. And well, we got info on the other one too. Okay, so that will be the cage. And person and cage, we move to the shadow realm. There. Boop, 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 boop. And we need, for the low poly thingy, object, get rid of the checker, please. Okay, and connect the normal to normal, color to color. That's it, I guess. Why is it like that? You see that? Oh, I know why. Because I never stuck them. I thought, yeah, it's a bit weird they look, right? That offset, right? Person medallion, LP and the cage. Well, high poly, I don't think there is a high poly here, really. Well, it is the one with the modifiers, I guess. Low poly cage and person. Move them back up to this. Okay, select them here. Person medallion, low poly. And in object mode, select these two. Edit to see the ones are those, right? Low poly. Show them to me, because low poly for real. What about you? Low poly for real. Are you that one? I am not that sure. What about the cage? Or maybe they are, because it is a duplicate, so they are stuck by default, right? They are stuck by default. And how can it be that different? How can it be marked like that? It's because I did not apply the cage. But you can see, right, all the cage around that. Or let me see, let me go back. Ah, it gives it to the cage, the texture to the cage, not to the other one. That's peculiar. Cube duplicate. Then let me see. Yeah, I guess. Let me see. Where is it? The duplicate, the cage. I mean, I guess it also has it, right? Because it is a duplicate. Which of the cubes do you scale? Yeah, the duplicate. And then which one do you connect? The LP should be the one you wanna keep, right? But it does look a bit weird. Maybe it's because I scaled so much. Actually, the cage is kinda chunk, right? It is huge. Maybe you don't need to envelop that much, right? Maybe you can do it, let's see, with a smaller cage, even though maybe we can do the person smaller too. So is no the person selected, origin to there, SX YY CC, squish it. Okay, now you can get a better cage probably with let's see, select this, the cage. Okay, you rescale it. Okay, that's kind of big, still clipping a bit, but let's see that. Point. Let's see, what's that? Bakery. Yeah, this one was kinda huge, and this one is kinda big too. 288. Let's see if this is better, at least. And you do floater, that. remove to avoid redundancy and make that. Okay, will that work? Okay, looks better, but this thing though, does it work? Possibly, I don't know. Color to color. Okay, hide the cage, hide the person, it's connected. Okay, that is better. Even though it's a little bit scuffed, you can see the same thing with the, right? That rim it creates. It's because you separate the cage a lot, I guess. I mean, this would be decent enough, I guess. That bottom part you're not gonna see. Do you get something over there? Very mild, very mild. That could do. If we were to solidify, subdivide this thing, will it hold? We were to solidify the low poly. Sorry, not solidify. Subdivide. Yeah, it holds the texture. Okay, then I'm happy. I can keep that. Okay, Alt H. Let's hide the person and the cage. Show to the shadow realm there. Okay. And yeah, that's gonna be enough for today. Today I was pushing a bit more than usual because I realized this was being rough for people. This whole bakery process is not for everyone. It is a lot of semi work. I can take it, but yeah, it's been a little bit rough even for me, I would say. A little bit. But good enough. I can take it. We're getting there. So, well, good enough for today, right? I did half an hour more than usual, but yeah. See you tomorrow with more Blendy Blend, more GABUROON, okay? Yeah, let's get this over with. Let's get better. Let's finish. See you around and thank you so much for watching, guys.